I kindly request everyone to stand up for the national anthem. Please be seated. Welcome to the Week Best Hospitals Awards 2024, Inspiring Quality, Inspiring Hope. To grace this occasion, I now call upon Honorable Deputy Chief Minister Telangana, Mallu Bhatti Vikramarka, Dr. Kadiyam Kavya, Member of Parliament, Dr. M. Srinivas, Director, AIIMS Delhi, Dr. Sudarshan Ballal, Chairman, Manipal Hospitals, Dr. Santosh Shetty, CEO, Kokilaben Dhirubhai Ambani Hospitals, Riyadh Matthew, Chief Associate Editor and Director, The Week, and Stanley Thomas, Chief News Editor, The Week, to the dais. I request Riyadh Matthew to kindly hand over the bouquet to the Honorable Minister. I request Riyadh Matthew to hand over the bouquet to Dr. Kadiyam Kavya, Member of Parliament. I request Riyadh Matthew to kindly hand over the bouquet to Dr. M. Srinivas, Director, AIIMS Delhi. And I request Riyadh Matthew, sir, to kindly hand over the bouquet to Dr. Sudarshan Ballal, Chairman, Manipal Hospitals. I request Riyadh Matthew to kindly hand over the bouquet to Dr. Santosh Shetty, CEO, Kokilaben Dhirubhai Ambani Hospitals. I request Stanley Thomas to kindly hand over the bouquet to Riyadh Matthew. I request Srija Nair, Deputy Manager, to hand over the bouquet to Stanley Thomas. To begin this distinguished ceremony, I now call upon Stanley Thomas, Chief News Editor, to welcome the gathering.
Thank you, Anugrah. At the recent health summit of the week that we had in Delhi just 5 weeks ago, at one key session, I felt I was watching two world-class boxers. In reality, of course, they were not boxers. But at that moment, they seemed to be in two corners of the ring of life. In one corner was one of the best oncologists of the world, Dr. James Abraham of Cleveland Clinic. In the other corner was model actor Lisa Ray, who had been diagnosed with an advanced form of leukemia. At this session, Lisa revealed life after diagnosis and recalled the prognosis of her healthcare team. Maybe she'll live for 1 year, maybe another 6 months, she was told. Moments later, as the session continued and she told her amazing story, she said, "I was not ready to die." From there, the resilience got stronger, so too her recovery. With the grace of God, she's doing good now, this mother of twin girls. Sitting across her at that session, Dr. James, the oncologist, and he was not the one who treated Lisa, but as he heard Lisa recounting her comeback story, James asked a question on the duty of the doctor on ethics that all of you are sworn to protect and preserve. In the doctor's room or the recovery room, James said, one could see the condition of the patient and understand the truth. And the doctors inside that hospital, they were expected to trust truth. I found a struggle between the physician and patient, and both wanted the best outcome. A struggle between hope and reality. Most of you face the same situation in your hospitals frequently, and perhaps you devise your own methods to deal with such situations. I know that. The week's latest issue, the Best Hospital Special Issue, an annual property, is devoted to each one of you because of who you are. The survey that we do takes 5-6 months, and it covers more than 200 hospitals across 17 cities of the country. Some 2,000 plus doctors across 10 major specializations are contacted for views ranging from infection control to treatment outcomes to progress of the institutions on research and innovation. This year it is the 20th edition. Today it is to honor some of India's finest hospitals that we have the pleasure of having in our midst two titans of the government of Telangana. Shri Mallu Bhatti Vikramarka, the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, please welcome. Sir, as Deputy CM and Minister for Finance, Energy and Planning, every day you get proposals, including from healthcare segment, which is essentially not just to sign a document, it is to sign a better future for the people of your state. I know that, and you are so deeply committed on that, and that in the last 1 year you have tried to bring about change. Thank you very much, sir, for being here. In a while, we'll have the Honorable Health Minister of Telangana, Sri Damodar Rajanarasimha, who is a veteran, we all know, and a much-loved politician who cares about the well-being of his constituents, who are people across Telangana. Amid a hectic December schedule, both of you have accepted our invitation to honor the award winners and to share the healthcare vision of Telangana. It's a pleasure to welcome the Health Minister. He'll be with us soon. It is also an honor to welcome Dr. Kadiyam Kavya, Member of Parliament. And she has, in past months, unveiled a number of initiatives. What stands out, the initiatives on maternal and child well-being, among others. Thank you, ma'am, for being here. Our guest of honor is the much-loved Dr. Srinivas, Director of AIIMS Delhi. Some among the public consider him Dr. Cool for the calm manner in which you take fact to the general public. Today you will hear from him about the pursuit of quality in a short while. A warm welcome, sir. And soon we'll have a panel discussion on the pursuit of quality, which often is the reason for our efforts, whether we are inside a hospital or any other workplace. We welcome our panelists, Dr. Sudarshan Ballal, Chairman of Manipal Hospital, Dr. Santosh Shetty, CEO of the Kokilaben Dhirubhai Ambani Hospital, Dr. Sajan Nair, CEO of Zydus Hospital, Dr. Shailendra Jhawar from Apex Jaipur. These wonderful doctors will be joined by the Commissioner of Police, Hyderabad, Mr. C.V. Anand, and another proud Hyderabadi, Dr. Jalachari Ella, whose family in past years has become a household name for life-saving products. Our panelists represent different avenues and areas of interest and follow different paths to quality. We will learn about these different paths in that panel discussion. A warm welcome also to Dr. Riyaz Syed, CEO of Centella Therapeutics. He will tell us about the impact artificial intelligence is making in developing new drugs, a totally different situation. A warm welcome also to Harkaran Singh Sahani, COO of Apollo Telangana region. Thank you, sir, for being here. And we are delighted to welcome
Later, we still remain the only credible hospital rating in the country. Now, why are we credible? The week, in its 20 years of having the Best Hospital Survey, has not asked anyone for any favor. We believe that it is not the right way to take such important information to our readers. We have worked continuously with our survey agency to make sure that the entire process is as transparent as possible. And that's why we have today the very best people from the finest institutions in this hall. I thank you and welcome you all. The week also comes up with a supplement dedicated to health fortnightly. We started this many years ago. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I now welcome Honorable Deputy Chief Minister Telangana Mallu Bhatti Vikramarka to address the gathering.
Distinguished guests and esteemed healthcare professionals, it is an honor to be here at this celebration of excellence in healthcare, particularly the Week magazine. The Week, a magazine which is coming out with a journalism with a human touch. Journalism with a human touch, generally you don't find that tagline. So I really appreciate the Week magazine for coming out with a tagline like journalism with a human touch. It is more appropriate to the hospitals. treatment with a human touch, medical treatment with a human touch. When they called me for this function, they told me that we have identified some of the hospitals where they have been doing human services to the humankind with utmost social responsibility. Me for this function. I thought, okay, I'll definitely take part in that. As you all aware, the Hyderabad is full of corporate hospitals with the best of the best facilities. And it has become a center for medical tourism also. I, coming from a state like Hyderabad, in the sense Telangana, where Hyderabad is our capital city and which has become a destination for the medical tourism, definitely, I expect all the hospitals and all over the country to do on the same lines with a human touch. And as you all aware, that our state is very particular about our people's health care also. Maybe it's first of its kind in the country where our state has started the Arogyasri for the people, those who cannot afford to go to the corporate hospitals. It was started, with a 2 lakh rupees to the maximum in a year to make use of it. And now the present government, under the leadership of our Chief Minister on the name of Indira Marajyam, which is mostly for the pro-people, under the Chief Ministership of Mr. Revant Reddy Garu, we have taken it to the extent of 10 lakh rupees for a family in a year. They can go to any corporate hospital for their treatment. So this shows our commitment towards our people's health care and all that. And also, I have to bring to your notice, particularly the week magazine, which can take it to the notice of the entire country by bringing what is exactly is happening in the state of Telangana, that we are strong in farming also, farming sector. For the farmers also, the insurance for the medical coverage, that the state government is paying the money, the insurance premium. And even for the Singareni collieries employees, I think people knows about, the moment you speak about Singareni collieries, it is more or less the heartbeat of the Telangana. For the first time in the history of the country, the state government and particularly Singareni collieries have come up with an insurance of 1 crore of rupees for the Singareni workers. By chance anything happens to them accidentally, we have insured their life with 1 crore of rupees by the premium being paid by the state government, not by the workers. This shows our commitment to our people's welfare. So I also, in the sense, we also expect our hospitals to be on the same lines of some commitment with a human touch towards the people when you are finalizing the fee structure, particularly when you are treating our patients. When the patients come from the rural area, they come with, thinking that they'll get it cured in the hospital without even knowing what kind of fee structure is there. By the time they get treated, and while going out of the hospitals charges very enormously huge amounts, at that particular time they will not be able to pay the fees and they will be forced to sell their land or the household. So these areas where I expect the corporate hospitals to be little cautious and conscious while charging the bills. I thought I can make a request and representation also on behalf of the government by taking an advantage of participating in the week of the function. I really appreciate the week magazine for conducting, which is Malayalam Manorama is the mother organization of the week. And also I thank the week for taking the initiative in honoring these dedicated institutions and professionals, those who are doing their services. I also like to express my heartfelt gratitude to all the healthcare workers who dedicate their lives to the well-being of others, from the doctors and nurses to the administrative staff and technicians. You form the backbone of our healthcare system. Healthcare is not just a service, it is a right, a necessity and a reflection of the values we hold as a society. Hospitals are at the heart of this system. They are places where lives are saved, where hope is restored. Your ability to adapt and innovate ensures that we are prepared for the future. Your work reminds us that excellence is not just about achieving good results. It is about striving for greatness every day, pushing boundaries and setting new standards in care. Telangana government remains steadfast in its commitment to supporting our healthcare sector. We will continue to invest in infrastructure, training and technology to ensure that our hospitals are equipped to provide world-class care. As you are aware that we have been spending a lot of money on the infrastructure of all the world-class hospitals from the government side, like best of the best super specialty hospitals all over the state, district level hospitals, constituency level hospitals and mandal level hospitals also, by providing with all infrastructure and even recruiting the doctors and the paramedical staff. This is, we have taken it as a drive this year and we are going ahead also. And also Telangana is a leading pharmaceutical manufacturing hub. The state secured investment worth rupees 36,000 crore in life sciences in the past 1 year, which includes Vivint Pharma's 4,000 crore investment in a new injectable factory, Sanofi's 3,600 crores, GCC expansion and Amgen's new GCC. The state government is planning to invest nearing about 5,000 crore in upgrading public healthcare infrastructure. This includes setting up advanced care facilities, purchasing new equipment and establishing food quality testing and drug de-addiction centers also. The government's dedicated life sciences policy, which aims to streamline processes, encourage investment and foster innovation, will attract new players to the sector. I congratulate the awardees. May your achievements inspire others to follow in your footsteps. Let us continue to work together to build a healthier, stronger and more compassionate nation. Let's start from Telangana itself. And Telangana is going to lead the country, and we are working in such a way not only to give you all the human resources for the medical hospitals and other healthcare centers. As you know, you might have gone through it, the state government is coming out with a very, very innovative world standard education system also, like Young India Integrated Residential Schools. And these schools are world class and international standards with an English medium. And this particular year itself, 1 year itself, we are spending nearing about 5,000 crores for the infrastructure itself, where the last year in the previous government it was only 70 crores. When you can compare with the 70 crores to jumping up 5,000 crores at a time, building the international standard schools so that we can lay the foundation for these students to go to the higher professional college and education. And the same way in all the districts that we are coming out with the medical colleges with proper hospitals and support staff also. So the government of Telangana in all around the city, particularly Hyderabad, as you all aware, which is becoming a global city, we are trying to spend not less than 10,000 crores for the infrastructure of Hyderabad city itself, so that it can provide a proper infrastructure and it can attract the whole world to come and set up their units, industries, hospitals and support system, so that the Hyderabad can be a destination for all kinds of development and other achievements. So friends, I really welcome you and thank you for coming all the way from all over the country to the city of hope and the rising Telangana. And I all the time I appreciate you for doing all your dedicated services. And my only request is, I come from a rural Telangana. When I was a child, when I was going to school, my dream role and hero is a doctor. It is because that we are all being exposed in such a way, if you go to any movie, you see the hero is a doctor going to the villages and serving the people and free of cost. And he's dedicating his life to the village people of serving them. And if you read any novel, even in the novel also, the hero is a doctor. It is because that, he's dedicating his life of serving to the people through his profession. So by getting exposed to these kinds of things, we all the time used to think the doctors are the real heroes and the demigods. And I expect, even till today also, all my doctors who are all serving in my state to be heroes of serving the society. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now we have come to the moment we've all been waiting for, the week Best Hospitals Awards 2024. I cordially invite Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, Telangana Mallu Bhati Vikramarka to give away the awards.
We'll announce the Best Hospitals Awards for the All India and Zonal categories. The award for the Best All India Multi-Specialty Award goes to All India Institute of Medical Sciences, Delhi. away the award. We'll now announce the Zonal Awards. The award for the Best Multi-Specialty Hospital Non-Zone goes to Medanta, the MedCity, Gurugram. I invite the Honorable Deputy CM Mallu Bhatti Vikramarka to present the award. The award for the Best Multi-Specialty Hospital East Zone goes to Apollo Multi-Specialty Hospitals, Calcutta. The award for the Best Multi-Specialty Hospital South Zone goes to Christian Medical College, Vellore. The award for the Best Multi-Specialty Hospital West Zone goes to Kokila Ben Dhirubhai Ambani Hospital and Medical Research Institute, Mumbai.
Thank you all. I now request Riyad Matthew to present the memento to Honorable Deputy Chief Minister. I request the dais to please be seated in the front. I request the members of the dais to please be seated on the front. I now cordially invite our chief guest of honor, I now cordially invite our chief guest, our guest of honor, Dr. M. Srinivas, Director, AIIMS Delhi, to speak on quality and innovation in patient care.
Can you load the presentation? Yeah. Thank you. Good morning to everybody. Andarki namaskaramulu. So I was born in this city and always a pleasure to come back to Hyderabad. And dignitaries, the CEOs of the institutions, my own colleagues and the experts in the field of hospital administration, and the team of the week, the journalism with the human touch, and of course, respected Honorable Member of Parliament, Madam. Very happy to see the doctor. Now give a big hand to the Madam now, give a big hand. She is not only the doctor, but a pathologist from Osmania Medical College. Those of you from outside, Osmania Medical College is the #1 medical college, 100 years of experience. And if you go to any nooks and corners of the USA, you find somebody from Osmania Medical College. That's the legacy the Osmania Medical College carries. As the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister said that the hospitals has to have a human touch, I'm just taking you through the government hospitals because you're all the CEOs of the private institutions and we don't spend less than you. We spend almost 5,000 crores for the hospital at AIIMS New Delhi alone for one institution. So definitely we will look into the human touch in that. When somebody was asking me what is your bed strength, the bed strength at the moment is almost 4,000 beds. And if you look into the number of patients which are visited, almost 5 million patients per year. That's the huge number which we have. And we do admit almost 3 lakhs plus the patients annually. And the number of surgeries which we perform is almost equivalent to the 3 lakh the people at 1 year, the last year's statistics, with almost 100 plus operation theaters. And of course, we have our own accommodation for the hostels and all. So this is something, I see this big CEOs taking the photographs, sir. It's a big mammoth elephant institution. Definitely calls for the quality and the thing, because once we have the crowd leads to confusion leads to chaos, and that leads to a lot of problems for all of us. So that's where we have looked into how do we put systems and processes so that we can give that human touch which is being talked to now. The Honorable Deputy CM was saying the human touch is important, and then the week says about the journalism with the human touch. So the human touch comes from organization, systems and processes. So this is the typical example of how the patients go through. They get an appointment online, which is unheard of in most of the institutions, but we do have an online appointment system for the patients so that they can come with a prior appointment. And then they go through the OPD registrations. We are part and parcel of the Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission with the ABBA ID. And then The hospital, though it is a AIIMS hospital, it is spread over 100 plus acres. We have our own satellite centers, each one of them a center of excellence. So we have intra-hospital transportations, investigations, they get the reports online, and of course the treatment. And the thing which was there, the government hospital is something which we were looking at. How do we get that feedback to the patients, from the patients, that what are the services which we are giving? The first important thing is that we had a huge waiting list, the waiting list of some of the surgeries for 2 years or so in government institutions. The fundamental look into the things that we wanted to expand our hospital services. So this is what I wanted to share with you. The last 2 years we have added up almost 500 beds in our mother and child block, 200 more beds in a surgical block, 200 more beds in the geriatrics block, and then we have given a new private ward, so that we have expanded almost our operation theatre capabilities to 50%, ICU beds by 40%, and inpatient beds by almost 30%. And we brought down our diagnostics, though emergency services were 24/7. Now most of the radiological investigations and others, we have kept them into 24/7 so that we can cater to the more and more patients. And then, of course, the shops which are around the institution, they were, not doing the ethical practice, so we have put our own Amrut and Janaushadhi outlets within the institutions. And if you look into the blood samples which we are done, the monthly samples received is almost 1.4 lakhs, and the monthly tests done is almost 12 lakhs. These are the things which one smart lab, only one smart lab 24/7 caters to this. This is one of those things which we wanted to reduce the pain to the patient, so that when they come in the morning, by the afternoon, their consultation, the reports are available to the doctor and the patient as well. Then we looked into the government initiatives which I have taken into. Ayushman Bharat has taken up with the ABA ID, the unique ID for the hospital ID, and we are ranked as number 1. Today, almost 8 lakh ABA IDs have been created by AIIMS New Delhi alone. This is the number 1, and we got the prize for that from the National Health Authority for that. And then, of course, I was just discussing with the Honorable Member of Parliament that, how the people are covered in the Telangana state, and then we were on the bandwagon of the PMJ, the Ayushman Bharat Yojana, and we have treated almost 37 cases and 30,000 cases under this, and of course, we have put up the Jan Ayushdi Kendras also for that. What is important in government setup is that how do we look into the patient comforts and the needs, the way they come, where do they sit, and that kind of launch services which we were looking at that, and that's where we tapped the corporate social responsibilities, and the fund to the tune of 150 crores has been utilized for patient well-being, so that they can come and feel the comfort within the All India Institute of Medical Sciences. The another thing which we are looking at, how do we make them payments? Though the general ward patients are free in AIIMS New Delhi, and anything which is less than 300 rupees is free for us, the patients. And when they do get the implants or something like that, they need to pay. So we have come out with an SBI card, and which is a totally cashless service for the AIIMS SBI card. It's a co-brand card for them. And we have online OPD registration and consultation and intra-hospital transportation, which is totally e-vehicles. There is no diesel or petrol vehicle which is taking these patients from within the hospital premises. And of course, we have made the child-friendly spaces in that. The most important thing is we are visited by 15,000 patients and attenders of 20,000. So to the tune of almost 30 to 40,000 patients and attenders are visiting us. So we've put a focus on where do they sit, and then shelter areas have been created so that they can have a feeling of air-conditioned lounges, what you find in airports. And then, of course, the chaos and the confusion has been reduced so that the agents and toots are not there in the institution, which will be taking the patients for a ride. And then, we are looking at what is that feeling of the patient, how is he going to rate the hospital services. That's what we looked into. And today, if you look into part of our hospitals and casualty, we are totally paperless. Of course, administration, we are on the bandwagon of the e-office, which is the NIC portal for a digital thing. Entire our administration and hospital administration is totally paperless. We are digital. And for the patients in the areas like ICU and casualty, we are partly on the totally paperless mode. And then when you come to Delhi, please look into our hospital emergency services and trauma center, how we are going to do triage and give priority to the people who really need it. We had all kinds of banks, but in addition to that, we have added up the skin bank also, because we have one of the best, the plastic surgery and the burns ward at the moment. And then, of course, the most important thing is that you always in the private setup think of the quality. We have given focus to that, and this is All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi is the first in such high volume setting to have NABH accreditation. I think the big hand has to be given to Dr. Nishant, his department from hospital administration. They said that quality is also important for the government hospitals, and my hospital administration took up this challenge, and then we are today NABH accreditation for most of the centers of the AIIMS New Delhi. And of course, our 25 laboratories were already NABL accredited, and we have finished the complete NABL accreditation for the laboratories as well. We are putting a focus on the standards of the patient care as well, and we continue to be number one, not only in the patient care, teaching, learning, but also on the research. We have a centralized research facility, clinical research unit, and of course, we have added up the Center for Medical Innovation and Entrepreneurship, because today the youngsters, MBBS students, they don't want to just read the medicine textbooks. They want to become inspired. They want to become entrepreneurs and then get into the entrepreneurship business. So we have given opportunity for them to get into the CIMI, so that if they have thoughts, if they get inspiration, if they have ideas, they should come from ideas from the lab to the bedside, and they become part and parcel of building the nation as well. Of course, there's a talk today on the artificial intelligence and machine learning. We are part and parcel of the Government of India's initiatives for the artificial intelligence and machine learning in the healthcare system. And we have been designated as a Center of Excellence by the Department of Education, Ministry of Education on this. And there's a huge digital transformation which I have gone through. Some of those things like various things are enumerated over here with respect to the thing. But I just want to share some of the things which we have that. We made totally paperless co-brand card of SBI and SBI AIIMS SBI card. And then it gives a complimentary access, a seamless integration of all the smart cards, a flexible transactions, and 24/7 convenience within the hospital settings. And of course, there is a security and then comfort of making the payments on that. The second thing we looked into that, how do the patients rate us? The scoring of systems we are looking at, and then the access has been given. This is a software. It's called Santusht software. It is something which every patient who is admitted in the hospital rates our services with respect to our nursing services, doctor services, the food and everything, the cleanliness, hygiene, and the interaction which we have. All those are rated by the patients. And if there is any grievance, this is the escalation of the grievance portal, which is being shown over to here. And the way it happens is that the patient is the master in our institution. Whatever the complaint is there, it has to come to a logical end. Only when he is satisfied, the complaint is being closed. Otherwise, what happens, most of us is, we think that the complaint is closed and we don't look into the feedback. The complaint closure is only from the end of the patient, and then there are various mechanisms where it goes from levels, with different levels if it is not taken care. So this is something which, in a high volume institution like this, I think probably the first of its kind, where almost the 15,000 OPD patients and few thousands of patients who are getting admitted, they are rating us for our services with respect to all the things, whether it's the treatment, cleanliness, of the washrooms, food, communications, the satisfaction with our treatment with the doctors, nurses, behavior, and of course, the security and the staff and everything. So some of the things which the patients have given the voice, that has been captured over here. And in addition to that, we are looking at what is that way forward. We want the institution totally to become a 5G enabled campus now, and we are getting an intra-hospital navigation system. We are getting a contingent management systems, and we are creating lounges. Yes, thank you. We are going to become a 5G enabled campus, and then the intra-hospital navigation system is being put so that the patients will, on a touch of a screen, they will find the doctor and where exactly to go and where exactly to find the doctor in the laboratory and the services. In addition to that, we are creating the air-conditioned airport-like lounges within the institution. A new super specialty OPD block is being envisaged. Within 2 years or so, we will be having critical care block is being put up. And then, of course, the cyber security was an incident. 2 years back, we had an issue, and it is being taken care of that. So I just wanted to end here to say that All India Institute says that Sharira Madhyam Khalu Dharma Sadhanam. And this is the motto for us. And in a true spirit, as the Honorable Deputy CM said, that hospital has to have a human touch. Definitely we are looking at that. And this is our motto and this is our mantra. And it is our path to excellence is not filled with numerous milestones. Many are to be achieved. And I request the week that in addition to the scoring system which you have for the hospitals, I think you need to have special scoring with respect to the compassion, sympathy and empathy. I think those parameters, and rate the hospitals, not only the government hospitals but also private hospitals, so that we come up to the fact that there are hospitals not only excellent in teaching care, patient care, teaching, learning, research, administration, good governance and the finance modules, but also I think you must look into that, which are the hospitals which are truly sympathetic and empathetic to the patients. Thank you very much.
I now invite Stanley Thomas to present Dr. M. Srinivas with a memento. Our respected minister is here. I now welcome Honorable Minister of Health, Telangana, C. Damodar Rajanarasimha, to the Week Best Hospitals Awards 2024 and invite him to inaugurate the Week Health site along with Honorable MP Dr. Kadim Kavya, Riyad Matthew and Stanley Thomas.
Respected Minister, MP, like I said earlier, the week's dedication to the health sector continues, while we also some thought that after having the Best Hospitals magazine, the special issue, and the supplement on health, the week is dedicated, like I said earlier, with a purpose of bringing to light the innumerable sacrifices made by the doctors and the medical fraternity, and for the 1.4 billion people and more who are dependent on these doctors and the medical fraternity. The week is proud to announce the first of our 5 web sections here in Hyderabad today, and it's going to be inaugurated by no other than the Health Minister of Telangana. Thank you so much.
Could you please come in? Just have to click here. Please, that's it.
Thank you. Okay, okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
I now cordially invite Honorable Health Minister to address the gathering.
I was expecting that I'll be here for another half an hour, listen to everybody speak, then take over. Thank you all. I was just asking my friend, how old is the week? He said it's 43 years. And as far as the awards are concerned, it is about 20 years, the health awards are concerned. Let me introduce myself. I'm the health minister from Telangana. Started my political career in 89 December. And I'm a voracious reader, and let me not use the word voracious, but I read books and the magazines, and somewhere I have a lot of regard and respect for the weak. And particularly those magazines from South India or the newspapers from South India, they have taught us a lot with regard to the language, the information, the narrative, and the articles. It carries a lot of sense and vision in it. So I appreciate it. Congratulations. So coming to the health, it's a nice program, and the activity of Telangana government with regard to health. Now we are 1 year old government. I am holding this department since last 1 year. I have been in the cabinet, in Rajshekar Reddy Garu cabinet also in 2005-06. I was the Deputy Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh. I was the Education Minister, Agriculture Minister, Marketing, vagera. But when I became the Health Minister, believe it or not, it took me almost 6 months to understand what health is. Such a huge subject. The moment you start reading from A, come to M, you forget A. This is what the health is all about. So every time you are a learner, you should be a passionate learner to be a good health minister, at least to come to the level of your self-satisfaction. And as for the health is concerned, we are education-wise, we got about 34 medical colleges. This government has brought in about additional 8 medical colleges. Together is 34, and we are more. Recently, our Honorable Chief Minister has sanctioned about 16 nursing colleges, 28 paramedical colleges. And apart from Kerala, the HR with regard to nursing is Telangana. Nursing HR next to Kerala is Telangana. And every village, somewhere, every girl child who has passed the 10th or intermediate had a desire and a passion to be a nursing officer or an ANM or a GNM. So we are trying to tap that potential, give them an opportunity. That's when the scope is there, let us encourage them. This is the policy of the government. With regard to the other very important area where the government is concentrating is the NCD. Basically, the common man CD clinics at the level of say 100-bedded hospitals. When they're in the area between each NCD, the distance may be about 10 kilometers or 15 kilometers. With the infrastructure, the HR and everything, so that patient should clearly understand that this is the clinic where I get my treatment. So we are concentrating on the diabetes, hypertension, heart attacks, cancer. Moreover, the increase in the cancer patients is alarming. So we want screening, mobile screening vans we have introduced, and we are going to strengthen them, increase the number. The regular screening should take place in the urban, rural areas, particularly in the tribal areas. and establish at least 4 cancer linear bunkers in north, east, southwest of Telangana with MNJ as a research center. Screening is second aspect. NCP is third aspect. Fourth is the alarming accidents. The figure is alarming as far as the accidents are concerned on the highways. There are huge highways now, and we are not able to come to the mark where that golden hour is more important to the guy who is affected by the accident. So we are trying to establish about 75 to 80 trauma centers in Telangana. The distance between each trauma center at average of about 30-35 kilometers. Recently, about 4 days back, the Honorable Chief Minister has sanctioned and introduced 213 new 108 ALS and BLS ambulances in Telangana. We are going to introduce another additional 100 ambulances so that the emergency response time comes down to an average of 10 minutes. This is the aim of the government. With regard to the equipment, with regard to the artificial intelligence, particularly in NIMS, robotic surgeries, in NIMS, in MNJ, we are on the track, but we have to increase. Anyway, the overall, with regard to the health sector, Telangana is a very potential state, very potential state with a proactive government. We are there. We want your guidance, your cooperation, whatever best the government can do, seeking your cooperation. Ultimately, for us, for you and we, ultimate, it is the common man who has to be protected. That is the aim of the government. And anytime, any organization which is willing to come forward to work in Telangana, we are there, we are with you. Let us work together. With this, I once again congratulate the Week magazine inviting me, the government here, for this awards function. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words. We will continue our award ceremony. I request Honorable Health Minister C. Damodar Rajanarasimha to give away the awards.
The award for the best hospital, Pune, goes to Ruby Hall Clinic. The award for the best hospital, Kochi, goes to Amrita Institute of Medical Sciences. The award for the best hospital, Thiruvananthapuram, goes to KIMS Health. The award for the best hospital, Bengaluru, goes to Manipal Hospitals, HAL Airport Road. The award for the best hospital, Ahmedabad, goes to Zydus Hospitals. The award for the best hospital, Chennai, goes to Apollo Hospitals. The award for the best hospital, Bhubaneswar, goes to Apollo Hospitals. The award for the best hospital, Bhubaneswar, goes to Manipal Hospitals. The award for the best hospital, Chandigarh, goes to Fortis Hospital, Mohalli. The award for the best hospital, Mumbai, goes to Kokila Ben Dhirubhai Ambani Hospital and Medical Research Institute. The award for the best hospital, Delhi, goes to Indraprastha Apollo Hospitals. The award for the best hospital, Delhi NCR, goes to Medanta, the Medcity, Gurugram. The award for the best hospital, Hyderabad, goes to Apollo Health City. The award for the best hospital indoor goes to Choitram Hospital and Research Center. The award for the best hospital Coimbatore goes to Kovai Medical Center and Hospital. The award for the best hospital Nagpur goes to Max Super Specialty Hospital Nagpur. The award for the best hospital Jaipur goes to Santokpa Durlabji Memorial Hospital. The award for the best hospital Kolkata goes to Apollo Multi-Specialty Hospitals. The award for the best hospital Lucknow goes to Apollo Medics Super Specialty Hospitals.
Congratulations, all the winners. I now request Riyad Matthew to present a memento to Honorable Health Minister. I now request Riyad Matthew to present a memento to Honorable MP Kadiyam Kavya. We'll start our next session shortly. To start our session on the pursuit of quality, I now call upon Dr. Sudarshan Ballan, Chairman Manipal Hospitals, Dr. Santosh Shetty, CEO Kogilaben Dhirubhai Ambani Hospital and Medical Research Institute, Dr. Sajan Nair, CEO Zydus Hospital, Dr. Shailesh Jawar, Director Apex Hospital, C.V. Anand, Commissioner of Police, Hyderabad, Dr. Jalachari Ella, Head of Corporate Strategy, Bharat Biotech. And to moderate the session, I invite Stanley Thomas, Chief News Editor, The Week.
Good morning. We have a wonderful and a very varied panel today. And this is also a panel full of surprises. This is not your pure med panel, but it's a panel full of accomplishment. It's a panel full of expertise, medical, non-medical. And it's great to have each one of you here. Dr. Balal, welcome. Dr. Ella, welcome. Dr. Shetty, welcome. The Shailesh Jawar from Apex Jaipur, please welcome. The Commissioner of Police from Hyderabad, the respected Mr. Anand, welcome. And Dr. Sajan Nair, welcome. So, such a varied panel with so much of expertise. What binds you together? One, when it comes to quality, all of you are perfectionists. You have in your respective journeys traversed that path of quality, and you have reached a position. And also, all of you lead teams that require your excellence in quality to be conveyed to them. Another thing binding all of you is your love for people, whether in the police force, whether inside a hospital, whether it's your team within a hospital, your vaccine-making plants. Your love for people is very much a fuel for all that you do. So please welcome. And why quality? Among so many things that we pursue in our day-to-day lives. Now, wherever we are, whatever we do on a daily basis, we all strive for that excellence, which we simply describe as quality. The quality of our life is the big toto out there. But in a day-to-day life, whether you're going to the market, you will dip your hands into that sack of rice to see how good that rice is, to take back to your family, your children. That is from your heart an expression of quality. Inside a hospital, when you look at a patient who has just come in that day, you will want the very best you can provide in your hospital to be given to that patient. That is quality. That recognition is a quality. And after that, that pursuit of quality comes. And people like us, ordinary people like us, can toy with quality. It's a trial and error. in our life when we look at quality. Some days we succeed, some days we don't. But the medical experts out here, they cannot compromise on quality. It has to be consistent. You have to make it consistent, and you have to build systems to give and deliver consistent quality to the people who come to seek your care. So that being the case, Dr. Balal, you could talk about quality, but my question is not that. When you started out decades ago, as a young doctor, you had a concept of quality in your mind. Today, decades later, has that concept of quality changed?
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for inviting me to be here. And I would like to congratulate the week for the wonderful function we had, and also hosting this very important panel discussion with the experts on quality in healthcare. Now, I'm glad that you asked this question, because that is what was going through my mind. Because when I was growing up, quality was actually the clinical excellence of the doctors. If Dr. So-and-so was the best surgeon, you went to that hospital. No one really looked at anything else. It was the age of stars, like doctors. Of course, now we don't have that many stars, but those days we had many. Quality, when it started, believe it or not, was the junior-most person in the hospital, relegated to a windowless basement office. However, now that has changed. We have a whole team of quality led by very senior functionaries, and most of them reporting to the CEO. So the concept of quality has changed, and I'm glad it changed, because it's very important that we are quality-driven, process-driven, rather than individual-driven. And processes save lives, patient safety, and also better outcomes and standardization. If you permit me, I'll just give you one example of what I call a standardization of care. I give this example whenever I speak about quality. I was in 3 different countries all in a matter of a week: London, South Korea, and New York. And I went to the 3 McDonald's. Please, I'm not recommending McDonald's for anyone, but I had to be there when I was there. And the look and feel of all 3 places in 3 different countries were the same. Absolutely, I could, with my eyes closed, I could smell McDonald's, and with my eyes open, I can see McDonald's. But I can guarantee you, you go for an appendicectomy to 3 different hospitals in India, the experience will be very different. And maybe the experience will be different in the same hospital at different days. And this is what we need to achieve by quality. And thanks to organizations like NABH and JCI, we are reaching there, and we are far, far better than where we were.
Thank you. I want to ask a question, Dr. Shetty. Your big institution is in a big city. Certain kind of people come there. But beyond the city also, this hospital draws in people from the suburbs, from a bit beyond Bombay. So how do you sort of bring in quality to your people in the heart of Bombay and from beyond? Is there a consistency of quality when you look at it?
So thank you for that question, and also for having me here as part of this very elite panel discussion. At the outset, I'd like to once again compliment the week for the continuous focus on healthcare. I mean, I don't think there's any other publication which really focuses so much on healthcare as much as the week. So truly compliments to you and the team. So when you talk of quality, and as Dr. Balal mentioned, consistency is the key word. Standardization is the key word. To do the same thing irrespective of where the patient is coming from which location, which doctor, to have that same repeatability every time. That's what we are aspiring to do. Now, close to 30 to 35% of our patients actually come from outside of Mumbai. And they come from areas as far as UP, Bihar, and they all seek this out for high-end treatment. So when we talk of high-end treatment, we also talk of continuity of care, which is about pre-hospitalization as well as post-hospitalization, because within the hospital, the quality of care, we try and stay consistent, because we are NABH, we are JCI, so we have all the quality accreditations. But the important aspect is also to try and work in terms of pre and post hospitalization. So one of the ways that we've tried to do is we have a very, very active telemedicine setup through which patients are able to reach out to us, to our doctors, much before they visit the hospital. We also have our doctors go to different parts of India to conduct outreach programs, outreach OPDs, so that these patients are seen much before they come to the hospital. Similarly, post-hospitalization, in terms of continuity of care, through telemedicine, through outreach OPDs, we are able to reach out to these patients. We've also set up our own outreach cancer centers, cancer being one of the main focus areas for us, in tier 2 and tier 3 towns like Akola, Gondia, Sholapur. Now these were cities which did not have cancer facilities, no linear accelerators, no chemotherapy facilities, and patients used to come to surgery for us but go for radiation and this to other places because they were not able to stay in Mumbai for so long. So by setting up these centers, we've also integrated them with our center here in Mumbai. So all the treatment plans are made in Mumbai, but they are delivered in Akola, Gondia and Sholapur. So we are able to try and replicate the same level of care, the same standard of care into the interiors of Maharashtra, which otherwise they would not be able to do. So it's a mix of technology, outreach programs, and continuous patient engagement through which we try and maintain this consistency.
Thank you, Dr. Shetty. I'll move on to Commissioner Anand. This being Hyderabad, big city, a lot of people who come from outside Hyderabad on a daily basis, I hear. You have so much on your plate and you are passionate about quality. So how do you transfer that passion for quality and use that quality to protect the people in the city?
Yeah, this is a big challenge for all of us because the number of people coming into Hyderabad and going out every day is quite humongous because it's a huge metropolitan city now and it runs into several lakhs of people. And for them to have the same quality of security and policing is quite a challenge with the limited resources that we have at our disposal. So basically there are a few things which we try to ensure. First of all, we have some paradigms, some systems and some organizations which deal with the security of women. And that Women Safety Wing is the head of the department. And therein are a lot of other systems which take care of the security systems which are available at the field level. We have SHE teams. In this area, if you are moving around in this area, you would see the SHE shuttles, which ensure the safe movement of women IT employees in this area. In fact, this was started when I was Commissioner of Police in this area, Hyderabad, 2014 to 17. And then we have apps which monitor the movement of these buses and try to secure. We have alarm systems. Then we have our own SHE teams which go out into the field and stealthily, they have hidden cameras and try to capture whatever indecent acts which are done, eve teasing, molesting. Many ladies in this room must have experienced this kind of activity while traveling in buses or in any other place. So we have these teams which work very, very secretly and catch hold of them, apprehend them with evidence and produce them in the courts. So we won't be able to stamp it out, but definitely control such elements. That is, as once we take care of the women's security, then we come to the quality which needs to be maintained with regards to crime control and general law and order. So we have dial 100, dial 112, and the response systems in this entire area would be the same throughout. aspire to reach any scene of crime or any place of complaint within 5 to 7 minutes in the urban areas, and about between 10 to 12 minutes in the rural areas. So this is the standard of response to all the patrol cars, the blue coals, and the other vehicles which are put on the road. Interceptors are also there. So standardization of quality of this service, anyone who fails to do that, we have systems which have on record why, how much was the delay and why we go into the reasons. So we have to put in a lot of effort for that. Apart from that, we have our standardized systems of checking out all the criminal elements at night, daytime. We have point books. We have rowdy checking parties which go into their houses and check out what they're doing, criminal elements, HB offenders. So it's all a very systematic thing which is done. Of course, it depends on the motivational levels of the officers, the leaders of those teams, how much they are motivated and how much they make these systems work. So it's a tough thing. It's a 24-hour job, and this is the only job where it is written in the manual that a policeman is on duty 24/7. So I don't know if it is there for the doctors officially, but you are most of the time. But officially we are there. We have to respond at any time. The other day, if you have noticed in the papers, the stampede, small stampede in Chikkatpalli where the Pushpa 2 was released. It was late in the night. So we have to respond even at that time. So this is how we aspire and try to work hard. It's a tough thing. We are only 15,000 people in Hyderabad city, policemen, trying to tackle the woes and the security concerns of 80 lakh public. So the ratio which is supposed to be there is not there, and with these resources, we try to do our best. Thank you so much.
Just to add to that, yesterday we were traveling actually, sir, from airport. I think the traffic is amazing. I should also tell you, you are lucky you are not in Ahmedabad, because come to Ahmedabad and you would see what will happen. The rickshaws go left, show left, go right. But then that's the way it is. But your traffic has been amazing. And we know about the SHE team thanks to OTT. Because we saw, I think, 3-4 movies which were made. So we would like to congratulate you. Wonderful job, and thank you so much.
I'll stay with Dr. Nair from Ahmedabad. You say directions are a bit awkward much of the time for those supposed to follow traffic rules. But my related question to you as a physician is, we talk about quality. Is quality a one-way street? Is your patient concerned about quality? Do you think they're concerned, or they just want to come, get treated and go?
So we have got all the hospital guys here, and all of them have faced NABH. And I remember when all the SSR would come and say, we are going to do fact checking, not fault finding. I think that's something. Now quality, when we say, for me, I understand quality as clinical outcomes. The best clinical outcomes is quality. Rest of the everything, if you have got a good hospital, you give masala chai, or normal hospital will give normal chai. That's all the rest of the things which comes. The problem with hospitals, I will come to your point, but what you have to understand that a hospital, a patient comes and gets admitted. 3 days if he gets admitted, he goes through under 200 touch points. That is, 200 people are meeting the patient when he is in hospital. And at every point, they have to give quality. Now, everybody's quality perception is different. For me, the perception is clinical outcomes are fantastic, and we measure that by average length of stay, very standard average length of stay. Everything has been perfect, quality has been given, right? Now, as far as patients is concerned, rural patients, and there's a difference between rural patients and urban patients. The one patient which we would not like to have is a corporate patient, right? Because they read all Google and then come, what is the difference between ulcerative colitis and Crohn's disease? I don't know what they understand. They Google it and come. At the poor, the rural patients are very good. They believe the doctor, trust the doctor, and follow the rules. And I have never seen a rural patient fighting with us. We are a small city, Ahmedabad. We are not the Bombay or the Bangalore or the Hyderabad, high tech. Our patients don't believe in much in computerized system. They just walk in, they believe in papers, but they are very good patients, they trust us. So those patients we like.
Every department finds itself in such a situation often, perhaps daily, but for you every moment is like that. There, I wanted to ask you, for a critical care expert, is quality a concept that is kept outside the door, your mission being save that person, or quality creeps in everything you do in that special room?
So, thank you for that question, sir, I think, and thank you for inviting me here. I think as a physician, you asked why quality. So I think you have to remember that we are a part of an ecosystem. We are not doing things in isolation. Whether I'm a critical care doctor, whether, like sir said, we are 24/7. So we are also, I think, in critical care 24/7. And for me, there are two things which I always think before making a decision, because we have to sometimes make decisions in a very short span of time. The first, I think, is we have to care. Sometimes I know I will not be able to cure. So my fundamental first thought process is, can I give best of my care? Because care is the fabric that binds everything together in a healthcare ecosystem. And I think secondly, it is you're addressing not only a patient, you're addressing in the entire ecosystem, especially in India, in our country. The decision makers are separate. Sometimes somebody else is paying for that. So I think the mindset when you are making a decision, the second thing is that sometimes a good outcome might not be a good outcome for one party of the ecosystem, but you have to look at the outcome of the entire ecosystem itself. So I think it is embedded inside us in the mindset of decision making when we make decisions in critical care. And thirdly, you have to always remember, India is a big volume country. We are all talking about population, rising disease burden. Why we're talking about quality so much is that now we are talking about the volume-value mismatch. We always had the volume, okay? So you have to inherently make that as a DNA, that with that volume, the value will have to be delivered, and that is what I think quality brings in to what we do.
Thank you, Dr. Jawar. Dr. Ella, coming to you. Now, a couple of years ago, you were doing your regular business, and then there was a national emergency, there was a global emergency. And in a brief time, you guys were asked to do something for all of India, all of the world. And I'm coming to the question of quality here again. How do you achieve quality in that area when you're not given time?
That's a great question. And I think quality in such a short span of time, and everybody on this panel will agree, cannot happen overnight. It comes with continued practice and experience in that particular situation. So with us during the pandemic, it's not like we knew exactly what needed to be done. It's just that 3 decades of a backbone of innovation, R&D, and in all pharma and biotech industries, we stand by the tenets of GMP, we stand by the tenets of efficacy, and we stand by the tenets of safety. So when you have these 3 tenets and you continuously practice that over and over again, and if that's your Bible that you adhere to, it's reproducible when you need to reproduce it. And hopefully that's a formula that needs, that could be practiced over time. And I think that standardization is what's a representation of quality.
Thank you. Commissioner Anand, coming back to you, we know all of Hyderabad knows you're a fitness enthusiast. You love going to this place to play tennis or cricket. You have a Ranji background, I hear?
Yes.
Okay. Now, with that enthusiasm for sport, how do you convey that to a 15,000 workforce that, sport does good to your body, and when your body is good, you do good to the people you're servicing? How do you convey all that?
Yeah. At every juncture and occasion, every occasion, I convey to my colleagues, junior colleagues, that I don't know how you do your job, but remember that unless you are fit, physically fit, you will not be able to do it optimally. So that is one thing I keep telling, reiterating in a very polite manner. Some people don't like it because I keep tapping on their tummies now and then. Why is this? While walking past. So I say, at every occasion, at passing out parades or at meetings, when the new, recently there was a passing out parade of 8,000 recruits. So one of the points I spoke to them about was, try to aspire to be in such a shape that you will fit into this same uniform you're wearing today. You all look very fit and nice 35 years later. That is what they need to aspire for. So we have these huge bandobas for Ganesh, and there are so many occasions where we need to deploy a lot of forces. And we need to feed the forces which come from outside. The earlier practice was anyone goes on bandobas duty here in any place in the city, they would just bring some packets of biryani and give it to them, one packet of biryani each. But I've been telling them that this is poison, what you're eating is poison. So unless I speak in that language, because the oil and whatever is the content of that biryani, and that is what goes a long way. If you have it continuously on every occasion, that's going to really spoil their health. So this had to be conveyed to them, and we switched over to millet-based, though it's a little more expensive, to good vegetarian meals, packed meals, a little more expensive, but it's worth it. We started a program called the Fit Cop, where all the 18,000 personnel in Hyderabad city were profiled. The officers and the constables, home guards who were having health issues in more than 3 categories, 3 diseases were put in another segment. They were cared for, treatments, just like, we started a call center, we tied up with an organization, we started a call center. They would pursue them every day to check out if they have, what are the exercises they did that day, what is the diet they had, what is the food they had, and to send their blood samples on a daily basis to check out the sugar levels and other levels. So it requires a constant messaging to them because of the stress of work. They just don't have time to do their exercises, to stretch out, to perhaps participate in games, sports. So I say that 24 hours, you minus 7-8 hours for sleep, which another 1 to 2 hours you keep for your exercise. I don't mind if there's some law and order issue, it's okay, as long as you are fit. So I have given a lot of attention to this aspect. We try to keep them as fit as possible, and because with the type of complaints and the death cases we get, some of them just collapse on the street when they're doing their duty, they just collapse while on traffic duty, or it's very sad when we visit the families. So that he has not, BP was found to be above 400, 500, they didn't know about it. Diabetes levels, sugar levels were very, very high. So they never tested themselves. So these are the occasions, and that's how we try to take care of our force, because we ask them to do so much for the people and for the department.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I don't know, since you're talking about the Fit Cop, I think all of us have hospitals in different states. So we work with the cops and do their health checkup regularly. Since you can always tie up most of the hospitals. In fact, we can help you in getting tie up with all the hospitals and run a program on the Fit Cop, because we don't want people to die of just not being diagnosed of blood pressures.
I'm coming to you, Dr. Balal. You know, increasingly, when we talk about healthcare, increasingly, it's no longer just the doctors or the specialists or the renowned doctors. It's the Da Vinci who's crept into the conversation. And there are many other such equipment in the last few years that people are beginning to understand. Of course, they are also part of your quality system. How do you balance the human contribution to the use of these machines?
Thank you for the question. On a lighter vein, if I may, listening to the Commissioner, there are three things that I have now noticed. One is I'm talking to you with my tummy tucked. Second, I'm going to say goodbye to the biryani I was going to have after lunch. And the third thing is, this is a swimsuit that I'm wearing for 20 years without any alterations. So I think many of us have taken what he wanted to say quite seriously, and I'm glad that he, as the chief of the police of this city, has really worked very hard on the fitness. It is actually quite disquieting to see unfit policemen. It doesn't give you the sense of security that you need. Coming to the question, of course, now technology has played a very major role in the way we do things. When my grandmother got operated for a gallbladder, she was in the hospital for more than 2 weeks, had a foot-long scar and 20 of the relatives in the same room. Whereas now it is sort of all keyhole surgery, laparoscopic surgery. Patient is home in 24 to 48 hours. So also the robots that we, of course, Manipal has been in the forefront of robotic surgery for the last 12, 15 years at Bangalore. A lot of things have changed, especially the technology has made surgery simpler, less invasive, less traumatic to the patient, less blood loss and faster recovery. But what I still feel, it's the human touch that is more important. The robot has to be driven by the doctor, and the patient doesn't interact with the robot. They're usually under anesthesia when that happens. But it's the doctor's smile, the touch, the pat on the back, talking to them about their family, which matters. So we cannot sort of say technology has come, we'll be the best hospital. You still need the best doctors, compassionate, humane doctors to run those machines.
Thank you, Dr. Balal. Moving on to Dr. Shetty. You know, you're in a big city, so everyone expects the very latest of technology in a city like Mumbai. How do you sort of tell them this technology is for you, this technology perhaps, if you require it later, we can try it out. How do you sort of convey that? Everyone wants the best quality, now driven by technology. So is there pressure on you as a doctor to convey, we have a fine doctor who will deal with you?
So technology is becoming more and more an enabler, you know, in terms of improving patient outcomes, improving patient experience, reducing length of stay, reducing infection. So when we talk of quality, we talk of patient safety, then technology is becoming a very, very key enabler. I mean, when you talk of robotics, how is it helping? It's about reduced length of stay, smaller scars, lesser infections. Today you have newer diagnostic machines. I mean, an MRI earlier could take 1 hour plus. Today you are able to give the same quality images or even better quality images in 20 minutes. So the patient comfort, patient convenience. So when we look at investing in technology, we look at some of these aspects, you know, that how is it going to make an impact on outcomes, patient experience? Because, I mean, you did ask about a question now about, are patients bothered about quality? Yes, I mean, more and more from clinician oriented, it is becoming more patient centric healthcare. Patients coming to hospital today, especially in cities like Mumbai, Hyderabad, Delhi, Bangalore, they are well read, well researched, and they make decisions based on availability of technology. I mean, patients choose hospitals because they have robotics, because they have digital PET CTs, because they have specific technology. So technology investment for hospitals is becoming critical. And when we invest in technology, the goal is to be able to reach out to as many patients as possible. So if a technology is standard of care, then I don't think we would distinguish between patients. We would try to make it as affordable as possible. When it comes to the luxury elements, yes, I mean, obviously based on ability to pay and patient requirements, we would give them a choice. But if there is something we believe from a safety point of view, from an outcome point of view, will benefit patients, then we would like to offer it to those patients. And that's why we try and price all these technologies as effectively as possible. We try and source money through CSR and other projects to make it more affordable to patients. But idea is to use this technology across various subset of patients.
On the technology front, we started robotic surgery in 2014, right? At that time, some of the surgeries were thought to be too this thing. Now there are two things which we need to understand. One, everybody, now the present breed of doctors coming, they are not well versed with the laparoscopic surgery. It has got its own problems, the hands, movements and everything, while robotic gives it very easily. So that is one reason, and the results, the tissue damage to the patients become very less. Now we have learned over the period of last 7-8 years, okay, robotic gives this advantage. It has taken us time to learn. Otherwise it was only for urology or cancer. Now every hospital, I mean every city has got a robot, and that is the way it goes. It will become a normal robotic surgery in cases. Well, initially it was laparoscopy. The cost will also come down drastically. So then it becomes affordable to everyone. That's how it is going to be. And the other things, technology, some of the things like very rare thing, I will talk about Apollo Pro, it has got a proton, right? So some diseases have got, you have to send it to proton wherever you are. If your patient is affording, send there, that is the best treatment available. So some of the technology, you have to agree that this is something which is going to change the way world is working, and accept it and start together working on it. As simple as that.
Thank you, Dr. Nair. Both of you have touched upon the cost of better care in your own ways. Of course, you have to spend more on getting in new technology, more services. How do you sort of, keeping in mind the different strata of society, ensure the same quality for different strata? That's for you.
So we try and work on the mechanism of cross subsidy. You know, the same technology for a patient from one socio-economic strata will cost different vis-a-vis from another. For example, if there is a patient who's in a general ward of mine, you know, if he's paying X for a CT scan or an MRI, a patient in a single class or a suite will be paying 2 to 3 times that. So what we try and do is we try and cross subsidize, because that is the only way that we are able to give more and more patients access to this technology. The other is through donations, support, funding. I think I'd like to touch upon one aspect, and Dr. Srinivas also showed on one of his slides, the corporate social responsibility funding, the CSR funding that is available today. You know, it is to the tune of 25,000 crores, and 60% of that is going into healthcare and education. So if you are able to position yourself well, that you are helping as many needy patients as possible, there are enough and more people who are willing to fund it. And this funding can be from corporates, they can be from individual donors. Today we run amongst the largest pediatric cardiac surgery programs in the country in one hospital. And 70 to 80% of that is funded by corporates, funded by individuals. And I have individuals who tell me that don't take my name, but every month 5 surgeries you please do on my name. So if they know that it's for a good cause, if they know that it's money well spent, and if they know that it's going to the right socio-economic strata, this country has enough philanthropists available.
Thank you. Yes, please.
Yeah, just adding, I am very lucky to have a owner with deep pockets. We don't do any philanthropy. We are very lucky he has got deep pockets. Some things we don't ask for money. One thing we have done, everything is fixed. If a surgical package is fixed, If it is like say liver package, we do it 18 lakhs, it is 18 lakhs. Even if the complication occurs, we charge only 18 lakhs. So one of the very good thing with our hospital is, because this is just not a source of earning. A source of earning is pharmaceuticals. So we make money, but we don't do any of this philanthropic, but we keep the cost very low. A robotic surgery at our place would cost around 2.5 lakhs, not more than that. I think that is good enough for a robotic surgery, and that's how we make it.
All right, Dr. Bala.
Yeah, just a quick word on the cost of medical care or healthcare in India. Now, the general impression is that India is very expensive, or healthcare in India is very expensive, especially in the corporate hospitals. But the fact of the matter is, we deliver the same care that would have been delivered in the US or the UK for 5% of the cost in a better fashion. So, the problem is not the cost, the problem is self-pay. Here you have to pay out of pocket, whereas in the US, Medicare and the UK NHS systems pay. So what we need to aim for is to get a universal health insurance where patients don't have to pay from their pocket, but all corporate hospitals included, our hospitals, we do try to make up for any patient who cannot afford it by funding from various means, including a lot of philanthropists have come forward to donate money to poor patients. So I think in general we try to manage that.
Right. Adding to him what he said, all these hospitals which are sitting here, we report our CT scan and MRI maximum 2 to 3 hours. You go to America and get an MRI and CT done. It will take you 5 days. So India is much ahead of all of these countries.
So here quality, you're talking about yeah.
So you are appreciating the hospitals, no? Thank you so much. So that's great. So let him speak. What do you think?
So moving on to Dr. Jawar, you know, in that part of the country, if someone were to ask you, last year and this year, what is the one big quality change you have observed?
So we, Rajasthan has got what Dr. Balal was saying, 87% of population is covered under the universal healthcare insurance. What I have observed, I think, is if you look at quality compounds, okay, if you look at data, post-angioplasty survival is improving since 72, about 1.25% every year, okay. And if you compound that to now, there is about 25, I don't know, somehow about 2.5 million lives saved already in the world. So now when all these people are getting exposure to technology, to corporate hospitals, to earlier medical care, the quality of survival or the quality of data that we did not used to look in the past, of like integrating into the society, contributing after or disease survival and then getting integrated into society, going back to the job, something like quality of life, that is improving quite drastically in Rajasthan from that point of view. So we've only had the data for last 3-4 years. The scheme has its own challenges, but I feel in the next 7-8 years, you will have more people contributing back to the society because they were diagnosed early, they were treated with advanced technologies. So I think the compounding effect of economic effect of that will be seen in the next 5-7 years.
Right, thank you. Dr. Ella, you're known for equitable distribution of, the products from your stable. Now, obviously there's a thinking behind that. How do you take that forward the way you want to and keep the quality concept in mind?
So coming to the equitable distribution that you mentioned, and I think you're referring to during the pandemic time when there was a distribution of the vaccine being had. And at that time there was a government procurement and a dissemination as well as a private procurement and dissemination. So what we specifically did for that project per se was we would have a strategic plan and we would have multitude of talks with the Ministry of Health, and we would know their procurement plan and where they were going to disseminate it and which states it was going to be rolled out in. So then we would chart a plan on the private side as to the requests that came in from the states that were not going to get it in the next 1 month, we would prioritize the states that did not have government procurement and then supply private stocks to them at that time. So that's kind of the equitable distribution we tried. We also tried to have a bit of parity between metro, tier 1, tier 2, because that's also a good, penetration of the product is also very key and important. Equitable distribution is not enough. Access to the product and having the opportunity to go and procure the product is also very important. So that's an example of what we did during the pandemic, and I think that was an exceptional example. Usually vaccines and biotherapeutics are usually procured globally by the governments and the ministries of health. You have compulsory vaccines that are promoted and given by the governments in a free standard. You also have elective vaccines that can be procured and privately purchased on your own. But the large gamut of it is supported by public healthcare systems. And I think globally, the world has done extremely well in preventing diseases. And I must say, India, I think, is the best in terms of procurement of preventative healthcare therapeutics and therapies such as vaccines, dissemination of that, end-mile consumption of that product also. We have every rural village, you'll have a mark on the door. You'll know if that child has been given a polio vaccine, if they've been given a BCG or not. I have done that walk with those nurses also. So I don't think, I think India is wonderful that way in terms of dissemination and equitable dissemination. And I think our healthcare system in our country is extremely equitable. And I think we were mentioning before, access to doctors, unparalleled in our country. You have not access to one doctor, you have access to 3 referrals in one day if you want. The same doctor you can meet a couple of times in a day, or you can get a second opinion or a third opinion also. Yeah. So I think that's a luxury that many of us take for granted. Yeah. And obviously coming to the cost of things, definitely I don't think India is anywhere near the costing structures that are prevalent in better economically driven countries or continents. Given our circumstances, I think our quality of healthcare is not on par, in fact, much better. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Am I permitted to say something regarding costing? I'm basically saying this to about maybe 10-15% of the medical community. In my experience, I've noticed some very unscrupulous doctors who have conducted knee replacements when they're not necessary, when other areas too. I would not like to delve into all that, but the ethics of treatment. When a patient comes into the hospital, then he should not be seen as a person from whom the maximum which can be taken out in terms of billing. In the sense, the way the tests are ordered, whether necessary or not necessary. I don't know if it is part of the entire SOP, but I have seen families who have gone totally from middle class into poverty, and having had to sell their lands, their properties. So I have seen a few cases like this. So in my experience, I have seen a few cases like this. Can I appeal to all of because the type of service which is being done by a majority of the doctor community and the corporate hospitals is undermined by a few people like this. I don't know if you would accept that or not accept that, but that has been my experience, and if I don't know if I can make that appeal from this forum.
A very genuine concern, sir, and I think there are black sheep in every profession, and the harshest of harsh punishment should be meted out both by the law and also our own associations. And there is a general feeling among many of us that some of the nobility or the sheen of the nobility of the medical profession is being sort of going off. However, COVID gave us a good opportunity to redeem it. I think the nobility of the medical profession has to a large extent been regained during the COVID, where they didn't care about their lives or the lives of their families and went ahead and saved millions of lives. But I do agree, sir, the black sheep should be severely, severely punished because they're tarnishing the image of the profession.
Thank you.
Sorry, sir. agree to you, but just like any profession, there are only few. And I think one of the problem with doctors is doctors have been every time told that you are a noble profession, noble profession, noble profession. Can't the doctor earn? Doctor can earn, right? So in fact, every doctor who the first day goes into the college, he has been told about noble profession. Now we are obviously a noble profession, but there will be 2 or 3% of the people, which is much less than in any other profession. You can look at any other profession which is there, which will be more than that, right? That is also, so we do understand. No, I would not say anything because you are sitting next to me. So I will prefer to keep it away. But just to honestly tell you, there would be 2 to 3%, but that doesn't make the whole generation, whole doctor community. And we are under immense pressure, trust me, to prove that we are a noble profession. And actually we are. Thank you.
I want the mic to come back to you, Commissioner. If we were to ask you to give 2 or 3 mantras for fitness, simple things we can practice, not for your force, for all of us, what would this be? No biryani. Okay.
Just watch what you eat. You can now and then. So basically, what I have done is, it's not that when I was playing for state and I went on an India under-19 tour to England, cricket, and way back in '86, played serious cricket till '89 before I quit and wrote the exam. And first attempt I passed, I didn't join for a year. Still love, I still play leagues, I play golf, I play tennis. So basically what I have learned is I was quite lazy in those days. I was not very up to it. Perhaps that's why I didn't reach the place I wanted to. There was no IPL. If there was IPL, I would not be here. There's no IPL. In fact, I was not paid a single paisa for playing for state or zone in those days. We used to travel second class and all. So I learned through injuries and over a period of time that we need to keep our stretching, morning stretching, or you call it yoga or whatever, that is the most vital part of it. Now religiously, about 45 minutes I do that, and I encourage everyone to do that because that takes away the pain and keeps the muscle and ligaments and everything in shape. Then weight training, once a stage, of course, when you are competitive, it is absolutely necessary. But after a stage, after 30, 35, you need to do your weight training to keep the muscles toned and take the load of work. If you're playing a game, the load of work will be higher. If you're playing something else, if you're even to work, even going to the office, working strenuously, you require the muscles to take that load. And weight training is very important. Then the diet. What we eat, we are what we eat, and we need to watch it. Of course, we can have cheat days now and then, and cheat occasions, marriages and all that. But basically, we need to watch how much of carbs we will be eating and the protein intake, and need to balance it out so that basically our systems keep working, the organs are okay, and the muscles are all in shape to take the load of the style of life we would like to lead. So these are the few things I would like to just keep watching yourself. That's it.
Thank you, Commissioner Anand. This is such an insightful panel on so many things. And while we need to move on to the next session, I'm sure if we were to continue in the same way for the next half an hour, you'll still be giving new insights to this audience. Thank you to this very eminent panel. Our gratitude.
Thank you, everyone. On behalf of the week Best Hospitals Awards 2024, I invite Dr. Preeti Reddy, Vice Chairman Mala Reddy Vishwavidyapeeth, and Managing Director Mala Reddy Narayana Multi-Specialty Hospital to present a memento to Dr. Sudarshan Ballar, Dr. Santosh Chetty, Dr. Sajan Nair, Dr. Shailesh Jawar, C.V. Anand, and Dr. Jalachari Ella. Dr. Sudarshan Balal. Dr. Santosh Shetty. Dr. Sajan Nair. Dr. Shailesh Jawar. C.V. Anand. And Dr. Jalachari Ella. Thank you, everyone. I now request Dr. Preeti Reddy to speak a few words.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dr. Preeti Reddy. I'm the Vice Chairman of Mallareddy Vishwavidyapeeth. The recent past, like 2 months back, we got this position of deemed university under distinct category. I think the first deemed university in Telangana with medical sciences and dental sciences. Thank you so much. Now that gives us a lot of opportunity and a lot of potential to do more and more into education system which is related to the health. The reason the entire subject of this panel today is health, and it can be better only if the healthcare professionals are of quality output and they are produced in the right way. So as we own 2 medical colleges and 2 dental colleges, so it makes a huge burden on us to make the, or to produce a well-qualified, skillful, teached well, trained well, and a kind of eminent doctors they should be in the future. So these kind of doctors we need to produce, and that makes a huge burden for us and to update ourselves to how to improve the quality of especially health education every moment. Most importantly, the most leftover part of the healthcare system is the allied healthcare system, and I would like to specially mention that in our Mallareddy Vishwavidyapeeth, we are establishing a school of allied healthcare sciences, which includes not only the common technical terms like cardiovascular or radiology imaging or dialysis or respiratory, but why not have technicians who are endoscopy trained or laparoscopy trained or minimal invasive surgery trained or bariatric surgery trained or infertility trained, so reproductive medicine. So these are the areas which are untouched, and we need technical care, we need proper healthcare, allied healthcare professionals to give and to provide a proper qualitative healthcare system in any hospital. So as we know, the doctors, yes, of course, they are important, but equally important are the nursing staff as well as the allied healthcare, because without them, the hospital is absolutely incomplete. And to strengthen our healthcare system, we need them. So we want to have, we are starting the School of Allied Health Sciences. And lastly, it's about School of Digital Health Sciences. As we all talk about integration of technology into healthcare system. So we start the BSc in Digital Healthcare. We are also talking about integration of immersive healthcare into immersive technology into healthcare. That is, we talk about AR and VR into healthcare system, because the future is artificial intelligence, it's digital, it's technology, whether in pharmaceutical or whether in nursing, whatever you take it. When we are planning to have the entire hospital into the electronic health records, when we are planning to have maintain electronic health records because it's required for telemedicine or teleconsultant, we need to have these professionals to support us to maintain and to provide these technical issues or these technical systems into the healthcare. So I think we are going on a verge to we are looking 10 years plus down the line, the healthcare system is absolutely dependent on the technology in the future, and I'm glad that we are contributing to it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Preeti and everyone. May I now invite Harkaran Singh Sani, CEO, Apollo Hospitals, Telangana, to address the gathering on achieving good healthcare for all.
Shall I start? Okay. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I am extremely delighted to be a part of this event today, and I'm representing Apollo Hospitals. First of all, thank you so much, the week, for giving us this opportunity, and especially me, to speak and address the gathering in terms of how we can achieve good quality healthcare. It's a very vast term. It's a very big topic. We can have a lot of debate, a lot of questions, a lot of various insights on this, but from Apollo's perspective, I would like to share a few key initiatives, how we drive and what we do. So, of course, Apollo is known for bringing international standards of healthcare in India. Of course, and also we work towards the continuous innovations and improvement, digital aspects of it. But just want to understand, what do you think that why a patient come to Apollo Hospitals or any hospital? What's the key reason why they choose hospitals? Any idea, any input from anyone? I really want to engage the gathering because I feel most of the people are waiting for the lunch. It's okay. Bear with me for next 10 minutes and then you are free to go for lunch. Okay, so why patients choose hospitals, and specifically Apollo Hospitals? We did a survey for almost close to around 250,000 responses we gathered, and then we realized we deep dive into it, and it's an ongoing continuous survey which we keep doing. Just telling you, it's like most of the people think that yes, doctors are the reasons why patient goes to or pick up any hospital, and that's true. Around 26% of the patient actually choose Apollo Hospitals because of the doctor credentials, but there are 9% of patients, obviously they choose because of the reputed brand, so very nice. But I come to the main point, which is like 38% of patients actually choose Apollo Hospitals because of the superior quality of service what we provide and the friends and family recommendation. So can you look at the shift what has happened in the last decade, or I would say in the last 5 years, how we have moved from because earlier it was a complete doctor-driven community. Now it is becoming a service-driven fraternity now. So we are having this shift, and myself also, I've worked for 10 years, a decade in telecom, made that shift, and now 10 years in healthcare, and I can actually see the difference. I can see healthcare from a different lens, what all we can do and how we can improve. Sharing few more insights, just to tell you why patients cannot actually measure the quality of clinical care, right? But they can definitely measure the quality of experience what they're getting. So hence it is very important for us to drive patient experience. How we do it at Apollo, it is very important for us to listen to every customer, every patient. It keeps us grounded, it keeps us humble, and it helps us to evaluate what we are doing. Are we doing right or wrong? And then it moves us and keeps us on our toes throughout. We just spoke, we were, during this initial session, the Deputy CM, of course, he mentioned about the human touch, followed by Dr. Srinivas. He mentioned that there should be some evaluation that needs to be done in terms of the human touch of the hospital. So at Apollo, obviously there is a big aspect which is driven especially towards patient experience, whether it is in evaluating NPS, patient satisfaction. But I would like to just tell you that we are the first hospitals across the globe to actually start evaluating how kind we are. Are we really kind with our patients? Are we the kindest hospital can you look up to? So, and would like to share some insight. Around 93% of our patients rate us the kindest hospital. So this talks about, and this is the new matrix which we recently introduced during this financial year, and I'm very proud to share that with all of you. Also looking at when I was just talking about this, why patients choose Apollo hospitals. In today's era, a lot of hospitals, and of course I can see a lot of leaders from healthcare, business, people who sign the plans. We have seen patients choosing hospitals maybe because of some online campaigns we do, and there is a lot of focus on digital marketing today. But when we look at our data from Apollo, what we receive, what our patients say, only 3% of patients actually choose hospitals because of digital campaigns. So we really need to focus on patient services rather than on digital. It is important, of course, but we need to put gears, levers into the right gears and then make sure things move forward. Apart from that, how we are able to achieve this, why patients are choosing Apollo because of the services, because we have a complete program which is driven from the service excellence team and from the corporate. In fact, it's in the DNA of the organization. We call it as tender loving care. Our emphasis is completely on training. There is a rigorous training process which is in place. It is not only the medical training, how do you give CPRs, how to revive a patient, or how to give medication, cannula and all. It's about how to bring out the human touch from a person and how we can actually go back to our community and serve them in a better way. So we've defined around 1,004 service standards that every person who joins Apollo Hospital undergo this rigorous training of these service standards. Then there is followed by a certification, and post that only the person is allowed to go on floor and then start interacting or start serving patients. In today's world, it is very important to understand how patient journeys are there. In fact, Dr. Srinivas also showed how the AIIMS patient journey they have started evaluating. This is very important for every administration person to understand what we are doing. Are we doing it right or wrong? So the best part is to evaluate, break down the entire patient experience journey into various touch points. Evaluate patient experience at every touch point. Is it right or wrong? Are we what are the waste we are creating for our patients? How we can make the entire journey so lean so that patient can spend more time with the doctor rather than spending time in the hospital. So that's the idea. Of course, in Apollo, if you look at the entire journey is completely digital, paperless, and we are so proud of this that you really don't need. You can book your appointment, you can come to the hospital. Even if you don't want to come to the hospital, you can consult a doctor online over a telemedicine services available. We'll provide you the prescription, we'll get the medication delivered at your doorstep. So that kind of program we also run and make sure that these are the service aspects which are taken care for patients. Apart from that, we also focus a lot on digital. However, we need to understand that digital is not, still in India, a lot of big churn of population is there which is not tech savvy, and then we need to have that human touch. So at Apollo, whenever you visit, whenever you get a chance to walk into the hospital, you'll find a lot of digital solution, but there is a human being standing next to it to help you out, to make that digital experience so seamless and smooth for all of you. So this is the beauty of combining digital with human touch. And followed by, I would like to just tell you that we understand, we as I mentioned, that we ask for feedbacks, we take patients' feedback, we deep dive into it to improve our experience, to improve our processes and make it better for patients. However, there is a complete governance model which we have started at Apollo. And as mentioned by the police commissioner also, that yes, there are certain black sheeps in the business who generally ask or they try to do some mischief and create bad names for such a noble profession. So Apollo Hospitals was the first one to start a mystery shopper activity, and it is an ongoing process for every hospital. So across across India, every hospital undergoes every month one third-party audit, which is conducted by a person, by an agency, and then they send their people as a patient. They take all the services, avail all the services of the hospital, and actually that report is being published at a group level, and then we evaluate whether we are doing right or wrong. Whatever implementation in terms of digital or those solutions to make sure patient experience is better, is it worthwhile? Is it making sense on ground, or is it implemented as per what it was intended to? So, and also to find out, is there any mischief activities conducted by any doctor, nursing, or any staff of the Apollo family? So there is a strong governance model also in place, which makes us foolproof in terms of to be very confident in terms of saying that yes, we are there for our patients and we have that human touch with us. We purely believe in 110%. We purely believe in touching lives. That's our motto. That's our statement which we take care. I would like to just emphasize on one aspect which I just mentioned about tender loving care about Apollo Hospitals. And especially it is required in today's healthcare era. Tender loving care is the DNA of our organization. Our organization completely focus on ensuring the patients, obviously when they come to the hospital, they are under pain, they are in anxiety, of course, and the attendants also, the family members too. So how do we make their journey so easy, so simple, that every team member, that every staff of Apollo Hospitals are trained in terms of creating the mundane transactions into wow moments for our patients. And we are so proud to say that every month we create somewhere around 45,000 tender loving care moments, where the staff member actually go out of the way to help patients, put a smile on patients and their family member faces. Technically speaking, every 1 minute we are creating one TLC moment across Apollo. And I would request all of you to please give a bigger round of applause for this, for our Apollo team members. Thank you. At times you really need to wake the audience up. Huh? So thank you for doing that. Also we look at, we support our team members, we understand what they're doing, and then to find out how medical excellence is taken for granted, and we have to be best in that. But apart from that, we also look at how we improve patient experience, how the staff is going out of the way to help patients. So we collect a lot of stories, what they have done apart from their regular job, just to help the patient. And you will be surprised to know that every month we publish around 500 stories within the group, how the staff member has actually gone out of the way to help patients. Every year, we pick the best 50 stories of the group, and we publish a book called by the names of Smiles Behind the Mask. It's available on Amazon. Please, you can buy that book, and obviously that amount goes to the CSR activity. So this is, by this way, we are able to showcase the world how important it is to have that human touch, human factor in you. If you don't have that, I'm sorry, healthcare is not the right profession for all of us, or the person who's not having that quality. With this, I would like to end my session, and obviously I know that you all have been very senior leaders and professionals in terms of working with their respective hospitals. But one thing which I'm so proud of to work with Apollo is, of course, the kind of patient experience we derive, and the experience what we give to our patients talks really about the kindness scores which we have started getting. And I really want, I second the thought of Dr. Srinivas, what he mentioned about 2 Week magazine. that please start evaluating hospitals, not only in terms of the medical excellence, but also it should be a combination of both medical as well as the patient outcomes and the experience part of it. Hope to see Apollo rising and shining again and again, year on year. Thank you so much. Thanks, Week, for giving this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I now invite Senior News Editor, The Week, Lucas Matthew, to present Harkaran Singh Sanhi with a memento. Now we have a special guest, and on to the video. She's a beacon of inspiration, a Blade Runner, international level athlete, marathoner, adventure enthusiast, public speaker, and director at Rise Bionics. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome Shalini Saraswati.
Hi, my name is Shalini Saraswati. So back 12, I think, long ago when we had slam books, I don't know how many of this generation here knows that, but it was like a actual handwritten, those used to exist. We would write these things about where our life is and what we wanted to become in our lives. And I remember all through my 10th, in my slam book writing, being a very successful career woman. And in 2012, that was exactly where I was. I was being the very successful career person. We'd bought a house. I was happily married. Am happily married. We'd gone on a trip to Angkor Wat. We were pregnant. So there was a lot of little tick boxes that I was checking, which defined success for me. And when I did come down with the fever, we put it down to pregnancy. And I remember having a really tough time at work, going back to the doctor, and they initially thought it might be dengue or malaria because my platelet had really dropped. And then the doctor said that I probably need to get admitted in to the hospital for better care. And that is my last memory, because over the next 6 days, I had a multi-organ failure, my heart stopped twice, my lung was filled with water, and I was given like a 3% chance of survival. I think the doctors actually honestly didn't think I was going to make it, and they did tell my family that, you should come over and see whoever needs to see her before she kicks the bucket. I didn't kick the bucket. My theory is that I went upstairs, and I guess they didn't have the bandwidth to deal with me, and they kind of sent me back downstairs. When I did wake up, all my limb extremities had turned a dark blue-black, basically thrombosis of all my blood capillaries. On my trip to Cambodia, I happened to contract a very rare bacteria. It's called rickettsia with moths, and that's what caused it. And this is where I do my standard disclaimer, because I feel I single-handedly seem to destroy Cambodia's tourism. I just happened to be unlucky to get the virus. I think, all of y'all can still go back and, have a great time in Cambodia. I remember the doctor at the hospital, a psychiatrist at the hospital, tell me that there's a very likely chance that I might have to lose all my limbs. But I almost remember being very cocky with the doctor to say that, I don't think so, or like, it's going to be fine. And it came from an absolute place of denial, because you don't have fever and go back to a hospital and lose all your limbs, right? And even if that did happen, it doesn't happen to you. It happens to the person that you read about in the newspapers. So we went back home because we thought, there was going to be a miracle out there. There's going to be something that was going to change and, fix me. I think growing up on a great dose of Bollywood movies, we all have that moment, right, where we think that somebody is going to be praying at the temple and then the flower drops from the god and cut to another scene where I miraculously wake up from my chair. I think we were gunning for that. But, things really didn't go in my favor. I think the gangrene started on, and that was a really difficult one for me to deal with because I didn't know how do you deal with the smell of your own flesh rotting. I met a doctor in Kerala, into Ayurveda, back to my Kerala roots. And for a while, things began to look better. I went back to work. Long before COVID, I was working from home. And the best way to describe my limbs at this point in time is dried wood. And what I didn't realize is that when you constantly knock on dried wood is that it cracks. So I managed to fracture my first hand in March of 2013. And I had to lose this one. And I think that was the time we even entertained the word disability in our dictionary and our vocabulary. The rest of this hand fell off about 6 months later in August of 2013. And with that, we knew that there was no real point in having to wait for it because we were always gunning to save a hand. Even today I would settle for one hand. With that, we decided that we had to go ahead and amputate both the legs, and I went back to the hospital. I painted the day of my surgery, a day prior to my surgery, I painted my nails a bright purple because I decided if my legs were going to go out, they were going to go out in style. And we had both my legs amputated. I came back, had prosthetics and these babies that you can see that I wear. We tried that and we figured that we couldn't do some of the most basic things in life. I couldn't walk, I couldn't sit off in a chair and get off a chair. I couldn't do some of the very basic things that I took for granted all my life. And I think, to be honest, it was also vanity because I put on a lot of weight and I didn't like the way I looked. I met my coach, Coach Ayappa, and I said that, listen, I want to lose weight. I want to do some of the most basic things in life. And he said, sure, I've never worked with anybody like you, but come on. He usually only works with elite athletes. So that was how I ended up going to Kantirava Stadium in Bangalore, and we just started to train. And I think the intention initially was just to be able to walk without waddling like a duck, to be able to sit in a chair and get off a chair or climb up the stairs like I did. Nothing really major. And we did that for about a year and a half, I think. And then coach came up with the idea that I should run the TCS and do the first 5 kilometers. I thought the man had lost his marbles because, I didn't run when I was able-bodied. Why would I do that having lost all my limbs? And I conveniently went away on a holiday during that time. And when I came back, he said, wow, we're going to run 10 kilometers the next year. And like with everything else, men tell you a lot of things that you don't necessarily believe in, but you kind of play along. So I did for a bit. And I was hoping that there was going to be a time where he will have to agree that he was wrong. For a change, he wasn't. And I remember him calling me to Kantirava Stadium one Saturday evening and said, we're going to try doing the 10 kilometers today, which is 25 laps around the stadium. I remember getting to like the 16th round and I'm saying, listen, I don't think I can do this, but the man won't give up. And we pushed, we crawled, we cursed him, but we got through the 10 kilometers. I hated every moment of it because it was painful. It was excruciatingly painful, but I absolutely loved what I felt like at the end of it because I felt like I could deal with anything else in my life. And that's how I ran my first TCS in Bangalore in 2015. I did it in an abysmal 2 hours. And then I thought that, I can do this better, and that's how I ran the next year, and I did it in 1 hour and 35. And then the running bug stuck because, I felt like, there was something absolutely powerful about taking power back from fate, because you're in a state where you feel that you can't do anything with your body, and then to be able to do that, you kind of gain agency back, and you kind of feel you can deal with anything in your life. And then we decided to get into professional athletics because we felt we could do that. I've been a consistent national level winner. And my happiest, the highest moment for me has been to go to Asian Games last year and holding the record for the fastest woman on blades in Asia. Thank you. I think being a blade runner has helped me. It's made me become okay with my body and become okay with what has happened. I think running has given me the wings that I probably thought I had lost. But more than anything else, I think it's given me multiple moments to point my non-existent finger into the sky and tell the person up there that he chose to mess with the wrong woman. I think running's also helped me anchor disability exactly where it belongs, which is out in the open. With that having said, I'm going to very quickly segue into what have been some of the biggest learnings that I've had in my life. Obviously, the first question that's running through your head is, how do you go through something as large as this and almost emerge unscathed? There is no, I don't think there is a shortcut to that. I wish there was one, because I could have sold it by the bottle and become a multimillionaire. But it's just that it's hard, it's tears, it's anger. For a large part of your initial years, where you're upset about why it happened to you, right? Because you don't deserve it. You don't, you're not a bad person. And for very long, you're absolutely angry with anybody that has 2 hands and 2 feet, because, you don't have it. But along the line, you also realize that you can choose to be angry and upset and disappointed about what has happened, but that doesn't change my situation in any form or fashion. I could still just be a terrible person and feel awful about it, and the world still continues to go on. But the answer to the question really came when I watched Kung Fu Panda 2. Kung Fu Panda 2, yeah? Yeah? All right. So Kung Fu Panda 2, last part of the movie, if you know, Po's our hero, and Shen's the evil peacock, right? And there's a last part in the movie where Po's on this little wooden driftwood piece, and he's doing this, and he finds his inner peace, and he destroys Shen's evil ship. And then Shen says, I scarred you, and how did you find inner peace? And Po, being Po, just shrugs his shoulders and says, it doesn't matter. What matters is what you choose to become now. And that is a choice every one of us have, to choose the life that we want to have. The second important lesson for me is that it's important for you to have acceptance if you want to move forward. For very long, like I said, I couldn't accept my disability. I didn't like my body. I didn't like what has happened to me. And there were a million tears, and there was anger and all of that for me. The key fundamental truth was that no matter how I felt about my situation does not change at all. But I learned the word called endurance at that point in time, right? And I'm going to quote Forest of Enchantment here by Chitra Banerjee, which is Sita's version of Ramayana. And in it, there's a last part in the book where Sita has been banished from the kingdom by Ram. She figures she's pregnant with her children, and there's a little part I'm going to read for you. All the way back, I pondered the word endure, what it meant. It didn't mean giving in. It didn't mean being weak or accepting injustice. It meant taking the challenges thrown at us and dealing with them intelligently as we knew until we grow stronger than them. That's what I'd work on. And I completely resonate with that. Strength, I figured, does not mean that you're not tired. It does not mean that you're not in pain. It does not mean that you're not exhausted. Strength is just the will to continue to move forward. And I think that's something all of us probably inherently have. Of course, the word also that I think that's constantly given to me is resilience, right? And resilience is nothing but your ability to bounce back from trauma or illness or anything that's not necessarily great in your life. And it got me wondering that, is resilience something that all of us are born with? Now, you don't know if you're resilient unless you have a bad situation, right? You don't really know you are resilient or not. But there was an interesting research done in 1989 by Emma Werner in Switzerland, in the Hawaiis, and they did it with about 700 all children, and it was a 32-year-old longitudinal research. And what they did was, out of that entire group, they had about 2/3 of those children that came from stable families. What we would say they were not at risk, so basically they had a larger chance of being successful at life. And there was the 1/3 of the population that was at risk. And when I say at risk, they came from unstable families, they came from poor, maybe, single-parent families, etc. What they did expect was that the 1/3 of the children that were at risk would not necessarily be successful at life. What they did find was that 1/3 of that population did become competent, caring adults. And when they did a little more bit of digging in, what they found was that some of them were just sheer luck, right? They had like either a very caring parent or they had great teachers, so they pushed them through to it. But the largest part of it was just psychological. These were children that were not willing to let fate orchestrate what happened to them. They had a better locus they had better social orientation. They were not willing to necessarily give up. And I think that, again, is a great quality for all of us to think about, to say resilience is just me telling ourselves that no matter what, we're going to be successful in life. How do you go from being a non-sporting person to an athlete? I don't have a single athletic bone in my body, and neither does my family, right? We're artists, we're singers, we're musicians, we're all of that. But no sports. I think the only time I did sports was I was part of the volleyball team in school, and that was also because I went into a girls-only convent education, and that was the only way you could meet boys. The other thing was I was part of Blue House, and again, that was also, you were not running because you were great, but because you were the best of the worst. So, that's kind of my only foray into sports. But I think for me, it was just the will to want to do this and hard work, right? It took me 10 years to get to the Asian Games, right? It's 10 years of waking up every single day at 5 o'clock in the morning. It's 10 years of working out 6 days a week, of strength training thrice a week and running the rest of it. It is 10 years of giving up biryani. It's 10 years of not drinking alcohol and making every decision in your life on whether that is going to affect your sport or not, right? So I wouldn't party, I wouldn't go out with my friends, because if I knew I can't turn up for practice the next day, I wouldn't do it. So it is that. So I think one of the biggest factors that determines success is not necessarily even, a high IQ or EQ or any of that. It's just grit, right? And grit is passion, and it's perseverance for very long time, for long-term goals, and having the stamina to stick through it. It is to make sure that you're not just sticking it through for a week or months, but it's for years, to make sure that you can achieve your end goals. And it's also like, I think, Harry Potter to a large extent. If you've read Harry Potter as well, there's a part in it which, our hero, Harry Potter, is part of the Gryffindor school. And he should have been in Slytherin, and he's having a conversation with Dumbledore where he says that, why do you think I went to Gryffindor and not Slytherin? And it says it's actually because I wanted the Sorting Hat to put me in Gryffindor. And sometimes it's our choices far more than our abilities that decides what happens with our lives. Are we okay for time? Yes, okay. What do I miss the most today, post-disability? And you'd think it's going to be a lot of things. I miss driving. I do drive kind of illegally, and I don't know if I should be saying that on camera, but it is what it is. But the whole point is the system doesn't allow me to drive. It doesn't make it easier for me to lead the life that I want to, right? So I really miss that. I miss not being able to just take off by myself, do a solo trip go to a music concert or do any one of those things by myself. I've learned that most places are designed more often than not by default to exclude people like me. I do step out a lot, I'll be honest with that, and I only step out because of the sheer determination of my friends. I miss most of the little things, actually, more than anything else. I miss walking on grass. I miss holding hands. I miss the feeling when the sea kind of takes the sand from under your feet. And those are the small things. I miss being able to kill mosquitoes. There's something just so rewarding about that, and you don't really realize that. And then the most thing that you cannot ever, ever, ever replace for you to do is to get someone to scratch, they itch you, because they never get the spot right. They never get the intensity right. And I really wish as best hospitals, y'all can figure something out for that. Some journeys, I think, are extremely uncomfortable, but they are required for your own personal growth, I think. Growing up, I never said that I ever wanted to be a person with a disability. But today, if I stand in front of you, confident, willing to flash these in front of you, it's been a journey to get to this point. And I've learned that, sometimes a lot of the times we don't want to do a lot of things because we feel, we're going to be disappointed, or we're going to be unsuccessful at it, or it's going to be very stressful, or I'm not going to like how I'm going to feel about it. I feel like those are dead people goals. The only time that you're not going to be stressed or unhappy or disappointed is if you're dead. So, for everything else in your life, if you have to be, the tough emotions are part of our life in itself, and you cannot have a meaningful career or raise a family or leave the world a better place without any kind of stress and discomfort. So I kind of think you should accept it. My last point that I'm going to leave you with is about the impermanence of life. I know we always think we're going to do something when we're in our 40s, in our 50s. We're going to take off with our girlfriends and do that Goa trip. And, I just feel that if you want to do something, do now, because you're not really sure if you're going to be alive tomorrow. So, walk on grass, hold hands, tell a lot of I love yous, hug people, call that friend that you've been meaning to for very long, because you're really not sure if you're going to be alive tomorrow. They say like some of the most important things are not necessarily, what we think it is. We're always running behind something. The most important things in your lives are mostly memories and people and places and laughter. So I do hope you can invest in them. Maya Angelou says it's not your buildings or your cars. Your legacy is every life you've been able to touch. So every single day, come up with love, because you're building your legacy every single day. So I do hope for everyone in this room that you can build a legacy that you're very proud of yourself. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Shalini, for sharing your unstoppable journey of resilience. I now invite Stanley Thomas to present Shalini with a memento. May I now invite Yash Kohl, CEO of Helmia Private Limited, to address the gathering on Helmia World Class Made in India.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Yash. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Helmier. I take this opportunity to thank Week for giving this opportunity to be here and actually address this August gathering. While I was listening to the panel discussion, what struck me is the number of times the word care was used. I actually stopped counting after some time. The number of times the word care was used, and also addressing to this 24/7. The profession that we are in, it requires 24/7 attendance, and that actually means that there is no tomorrow for what we're doing. And that exactly resonates with the purpose that Helmier has, which we call as there is no tomorrow for care. It's nice to see the synchrony and the synergy between what was said there and what Helmier represents. So, I have around about 10 minutes. I'll spend first 4 to 5 minutes talking about what Helmier is, and then about the topic, which is Helmier World Class Made in India. What do we think world class is and what are our plans? So Helmier basically is a medical equipments and medical disposables company. We basically, as of now, focus on anesthesia, critical care. We're a young company. We are less than 3 years old, and we're happy to share that last year we doubled our revenues to around about 15 million USD, and actually became positive PAT right from the first year of operations. So I won't bore you with the details, but these are the people who run Helmier. So me and 2 of my co-founders, Sagar and Raghu, who are sitting behind. Not going into the details, but 2 points we want to make. The common thread between all 3 or 4 of us is that at some point of our life, maybe multiple times, we have launched organizations, medical healthcare organizations in India, and also launched a lot of novel therapeutic areas. And the second point I want to make this is a company started by the co-founders, but we run it professionally. So we have a CFO who is a part of the executive management team, who also has experience in running some new, very successful startups. So what do you offer in terms of products? We prefer to say that we don't sell products. We basically offer solutions. But in a short span of 3 years, we're proud to say we operate in 12 plus therapy areas, 55 products and 1100 SKUs. And also in a very short span of time, we have one of the largest portfolios in specific therapy areas, which includes vascular access, which includes airway management, infusion systems, and hypothermia management. And what our endeavor is that we continue to expand this portfolio, but predominantly focused on expanding the critical care portfolio, expanding the capital equipment portfolio. And one of the steps we have taken towards it is by starting manufacturing the iconic Graysby brand, which some of you may know. This will be made in India by Helmier. This is a brand which has got a legacy of around about 45-50 years. It's a brand which gave world its first syringe pump, and now it will be made in India, in Chennai. The first batch of actually the product will start coming out from next month, which also marks our first entry into having our own manufacturing site. So this actually expands our capital equipment portfolio. We will have one of the widest range of portfolio in infusion and syringe pumps. We have our humidifiers, we have our HFNO machines, which did a great deal of service during the COVID times. We will be entering into enteral pumps. We will be entering into a vast area of monitors of various types, starting from handheld to wards to ICUs. We have our the ambulatory computerized infusion pumps, and then again we have the largest portfolio in hypothermia management, both in convective and fluid warming, and also we'll soon foray into disposable bronchoscopes and into something which is a much wider area of rehabilitation robotics. So that's where we are as of now, and we continue to expand our portfolio in these lines. The topic which is given to us is basically Helmier World Class Made in India. The question is, what is world class in medical devices, and how does Helmier see world class in medical devices? The quick and easy answer would be it's about world class quality of products, which it is. There is no doubt about it. We are in healthcare. We are about treating patients. There is nothing more important than the quality of the world class quality of products. But the question is the only thing. Does Helmier believe that that's where the absolute world class stops at? The answer is no. We also think the world class education and training plays an important role in terms of offerings, world class promotion of products, world class post sales and service. Your hospitals are buying expensive products. Are we with you till the life of the product? Are we giving you the kind of service and repair maintenance that you deserve? And of course, all these things cannot be executed without a world-class team. So I think it's not just the world-class quality of products. We think it's an array of things where a company has to be world-class in order really to be world-class and represent India, not only in India but also outside. So what has Helmier done on these aspects? We'll do a quick glance into that. I think what we are trying to do when we're getting our products manufactured, of course, I said we have our first manufacturing unit where we assemble the Graysby syringe pumps and monitors in India. But there are a lot of products which we manufacture are third-party manufacturers. And what are we trying to get a world-class quality from there? For most of our products, they are designed as per our specifications. The specifications for almost all our products are what Helmier defines. We have added layers to our quality assurance processes in manufacturing. We have our QA/QC person based 24/7 into the manufacturing units. We control the raw materials, and nothing goes out into warehouse, forgetting going into your hospitals. Nothing goes out into our warehouse till our own QA/QC person tests it. Basically, what we're trying to do is what Dr. Balal and Dr. Shetty mentioned in the panel discussion. We are trying to create a process, a robust process, which is repeatedly run the same way every time, each time it's done, which ensures the quality that the products give out. The world-class team, the team that we have has at least an 8+ average in the business we are in. The good thing is that we have very high retention rates, one of the best in the industry. And the advantage for hospitals is that you don't see a new face every time. You have a continuity. You know the person who's been meeting you over a decade, and he is there to solve your problems. He is there to offer the services that you need. So that's the assurance that you get from Helmier. And then world-class promotion. Now, we're not just talking about adhering to the UCAPMP guidelines and the local laws. I mean, that's something taken for granted. We don't even talk about it. But the focus on scientific and clinical promotion and taking an approach of offering solutions and not just selling products. That's what world-class promotion to Helmier means, and that's what we focus on. World-class education and training. We are in medical devices. We are not in pharmaceuticals where we just tell that this is the dosage, this is the number of times you take the tablet. These products have to be used in the hospitals by expert senior doctors, by junior doctors, by a lot of nurses, and we ensure that everybody who is touching our product is properly trained. In spite of being a startup, we conducted more than 1,000 education programs in last 12 to 14 months and touched 10,000 healthcare professionals by our education and training programs. And we are not just delivering education and training programs the way we design. We believe in going to you and offering a training and program which basically meets your need. For example, we're talking to the nursing fraternity, and we developed a nurse leadership program which we're working with NE and trying to roll it out all across India with the nursing fraternity. So it's not that we have this program and take it. We basically engage with you. What do you need? And we customize, we develop boutique programs for your hospitals. And last but not the least, when we sell our equipments, I said that we're going to increase our focus on capital equipments. When we sell capital equipments, we know it's not about just selling the products. It's about being with the products till the life of the product is there. So we have a world-class service center which is operated as per the US FDA standards in Mumbai. And then we have a network of field service engineers which are directly employed and some of them are indirect, so that wherever we sell our equipment, before that we have to ensure that the service team is going to be able to be reached there. We also try to take feedback on every service, every repair that we do. So we started that practice that every time we do a service or repair for equipment, we take a feedback from you and see how good or bad we're doing. So this is what we're serious about. So that's what Helmier believes in world classes, and that's what Helmier thinks is doing today. But how do we take it to the next level? How does Helmier take it to the next level? A few things in plan. The slide has gone a little out of shape, but nevertheless in startups we are used to such surprises. So what we're going to do, we have, like I said, we're starting our first assembly unit in Chennai this month, but we are also in the process of starting a fully integrated large medical disposable equipment manufacturing plant somewhere near to this place, which will also have an integrated R&D center, so they work together. And basically this enables us to do one thing which we really want to do, is basically develop products for this country and then take them abroad. So that's what we intend to do, and basically then take these products not to the 1.5 billion people in India, but also beyond. So I want to leave you with this last slide. This is a slide taken from our org identity, and the first slide talks about what is Helmier, who are we, and what is the commitment to you. And in this, what we are clearly saying is that, look, we are going to basically make medical device products and solutions, but the objective is that we support you, which is the hospitals, which is the doctors. We support you in delivering what is best for your patients. Okay, so it's not about we will save lives and we'll do this, we'll do that. We are very clearly saying that we will support you, we'll support your doctors so that you do best for your patients and you focus on the superior patient care. Basically in line with the theme of the whole the conference here, what we are trying to say is that we support you in inspiring quality and inspiring that hope in your patients, and we are happy to be that cog in the wheel which makes it happen. So thanks a lot, thanks for your hearing, and last but not the least, congratulations to all the winners of the Best Hospitals Week 2024. Thank you.
I now invite CLN Prasad, Senior General Manager, to present Yash Kaul with a memento. I now cordially invite Jerry Phillip, CEO KIMS Health, to speak on the art of creating a healthcare brand.
Honorable guests, dignitaries, healthcare CEOs, administrative heads, and we have a wonderful audience. First of all, I would like to be extremely sorry for being at this stage at this moment, 1:30 p.m. I'm sure your faces are telling. All of us are hungry. So am I. So one thing I can assure you is that I will not take more than 10 minutes. I will try to finish this presentation in 10 minutes. So who are we? Myself, I am Jerry Phillip. I am from KIMS Health. In fact, you would have heard that KIMS Health got one of the best hospital award, and we are one of the leading healthcare providers in Kerala. KIMS Health today is a part of a larger platform, and that is QCIL, Quality Care India Limited. And together we are a 5,000 bed platform, and QCIL is the investor arm of a company which doesn't need any introduction, and that's Blackstone. I'm sure that you are aware Blackstone is the largest alternate investment companies in the world. And probably you would also have read recently that QCIL is going to be merged with Aster Care, and together we are going to be the second largest listed healthcare chains in the country. So with this, I would like to share with you some of our experiences in how we have built a brand called KIMS Health. I'm sure that there are so many personalities here, so many stalwarts here who have been actively involved in building healthcare brands, but I will quickly run you through some of the things which we have done. A 10-point strategy which we did in building up the brand called KIMS Health. Sorry for that few seconds lost. I'm sure many of you will be aware of these brands, and all these brands are unique in their own aspects, and they will also have some unique strategies which they would have taken to build up these brands. And I'm sure that many of you would also be aware and very much be utilizing some of these brands as well for your near and dear ones. This is the strategy number one. I think it is a very, very helpful strategy in building a healthcare brand, defining your community. We should very, very closely integrate our brand with the community which we are operating in. We should know that what is the unique aspects of the community which we are going to operate, what are the nuances, what are the behavioral patterns, what are the disease burden which that community faces, how can we reach out to them, what are their likes, dislikes. So understanding the community is one of the most integral aspects of building a brand. Strategy number two, craft a strong brand identity. In fact, when we started off in 2002, KIMS was one of its own kind brand, but then after that, there are so many brands in the name of KIMS which came up. Kaveri Institute, Krishna Institute. So our brand was getting diluted. So recently what we did is that we give a new facelift to our brand, and that's how we designed this logo. If you see, there are 8 spokes in it, and these 8 spokes reflect our 8 values which we create for our patients. Focus on excellence and quality. Another important strategy for building a healthcare brand. Excellence in whatever we do is something which is of paramount importance. Any hospital to be successful, any healthcare brand to be successful, it should have the best in class of clinical team. So we should have the best clinical team, we should nurture talents, and we should keep improving upon our clinical care and clinical quality. And we are glad to share that KIMS Health was among the 5 top hospitals to get the first NABH way back in 2006. And the same year, we got accredited by Australian Council on Healthcare Standards International. So accreditations are something which helps you in the quality journey. So quality and accreditations play a vital role in building up the quality of a healthcare organization. Establish trust and credibility. This is very, very important. How do we build trust? Trust in any healthcare organization can be built mainly by the outcomes. The clinical outcomes are the most important factor which builds trust in our patients. And we were talking about credibility. We heard in the panel discussion, the panelists were talking about cost factor. This is very, very important. A TKR surgery, if we say that the cost, the hospital says that it will be done for 2.5 lakhs and the bill comes to 3.5 lakhs, the trust is lost, and the credibility is lost. So institutions which aspire to become the best brand should focus upon these two key aspects: establish trust and credibility. And some of the strategies which can help in building the credibility factor is pick up those guests or patients who have had wonderful outcomes. They will be your spokesperson. They will help in building the credibility of your organization. Define your unique value proposition. People in your community should know what you are known for. Your USPs should be defined. For instance, our USP is that we make sure availability and accessibility. In fact, we see the maximum number of patients in holidays. In many of our hospitals, competitive hospitals in our community, we see that on the holidays, national holidays and all, most of the hospitals, they do not have OPDs, they do not have consultants, senior consultants coming in. But accessibility and availability is of paramount importance for any healthcare brand which aspires to be at the top level. Hospital design and architecture, this is very, very vital. Nowadays, people do not want to get into hospitals which are claustrophobic, rooms which are claustrophobic, no ample waiting space, no parking area. People do not want to go into such hospitals. And quite a lot of hospitality culture and the ambience is coming up in the hospital design and architecture, which is very, very important. And this picture, what you are seeing here, is our new block, which we started functioning in 2019. And we have made sure that there is a lot of daylight coming in, a lot of positivity, a lot of positive atmosphere which comes into this campus. I'm sure anybody in healthcare today will believe that we should focus upon not just guest experience, but exceptional guest experience. Because we believe that being in the healthcare industry, crores of money is being spent upon marketing and promotions. But the biggest marketing is the word of mouth marketing, and 70% of healthcare decisions by the community is made by one factor, and that is word of mouth. And to get a good word of mouth publicity, focus on exceptional guest experience. Engaging with the community. This is very, very vital. And as such, many of the hospitals you see, all the leading brands, they keep on engaging with the community in social media forums, they do programs, preventive care programs, they do camps. All this helps them to connect very much with the community. So connecting and engaging the community is a very, very important tool in building a healthcare brand. Deploy omni-channel marketing. This is also very, very important because earlier we usually depend upon a newspaper or a magazine for our advertisements. But now gone are the days. The whole world is sitting out there on the online platform, social media. So we should utilize the multi-channel approach, the 360-degree approaches for marketing, which is very vital for building a healthcare brand. This is the last strategy which I wanted to share with you. I can see a lot of smiles because lunch is getting closer. Monitor your brand reputation. We have built up a wonderful brand, but are we monitoring it continuously? Any brand should be monitored continuously. Keep looking and listening for what the people, the beneficiaries are talking about you. So monitoring your brand reputation is a very key element of building a successful healthcare organization. This is my last slide. The secret formula to create a strong brand is to be unique, be you. I would like to tell one short story before I end my presentation. How many of you have watched this movie called Pushpa? Nowadays it's the rage, people are talking about it. There's a movie called Pushpa, Allu Arjun movie. Yeah, I had watched this movie quite a number of times. My children keep asking me, Daddy, what is so special in this movie? This guy is walking like this. What do you enjoy seeing this movie again and again? But I see a lot of energy in that character which Allu Arjun plays. And towards the end of the movie, those who have seen Pushpa, this guy shoots on his own palm and hits on his back and says, "This is my brand." So, I leave you with that story. Be unique, be you, do the best for your brand will be successful. Thank you so much for your patient and careful listening at 1:30 p.m. when we are all looking for our lunch. Thank you so much.
I now invite Abraham T. George, General Manager, to present Jerry Phillip with a memento. Thank you, sir. This event would not have been possible without our generous sponsors. I now invite Ajay Pillai, Senior General Manager, to present the mementos to the sponsors. As I call upon the names, please come forward. Jose Alucas. A big round of applause, please. Manipal Health Enterprises. KIMS Health. Indian Economic Trade Organization. Group Pharmaceuticals. German Leprosy and TB Relief Association of India. Sharp Sight Eye Hospitals. And finally, Apex Hospitals. Thank you, sponsors, and thank you, Ajay. I know all of you are hungry, so we're parting for lunch. I request everyone to be back at the venue by 2:30 as we have exciting events post-lunch. So please do keep the time. Thank you.
Welcome to the story of Grace B. Grace B started its journey in infusion therapy 50 years back and has been at the forefront of leading innovations since then. In 1977, Grace B introduced to the world the first ever syringe driver. Over the years, various milestones were achieved, and each innovation has been a testament to Grace B's commitment to excellence. And in India itself, with an installed base of more than 100,000 pumps and more than 1 million around the world. This, along with 80 years of legacy, is a testimony to Grace B being synonymous with quality and reliability. The year 2024 will be etched in the journey of Grace B's brand with the first assembly and testing unit in India. Helmier will not only assemble the much wider pumps portfolio in Chennai, but also foray into the Grace B monitors. The Helmier facility will leverage this opportunity to expand the Grace B portfolio from current 3 models to 8 models of syringe and infusion pumps, 2 variants of enteral pumps, and in addition 3 variants of patient monitors. Every finished product is verified and tested at multiple levels. That includes more than 15 type tests done at our facility on each and every single pump or monitor before it reaches you. Grace B, apart from accomplishing all the global certifications on quality, has also been conferred with ISO 13485-2016 for this Grace B facility operated by Helmier. Each product that is manufactured in the unit is CDSCO approved. Our commitment is clear. We would like to be a game changer in the Indian medical device industry. Grace B assembly unit is just one more step towards it.
కాలానికి అతీతమైనవి కొన్ని విషయాలు. మీలాంటి కొందరు మాత్రమే అలాంటి గొప్ప వాటికి అర్హులు. జోసా లూకాస్ అందిస్తుంది నిత్యారా డైమండ్ జ్యువెలరీ కలెక్షన్. నక్షత్రాల మెరిసే అరుదైన బెల్జియం కట్ డైమండ్ ఆభరణాలు. నిత్యారా, ఇప్పుడు మీరు వజ్రంలా మెరుస్తారు.
Nityara, celebration in diamond from Josa Lucas.
molecule which is a small fragment, and lead is a molecule slightly bigger, and lead optimized molecules a better version. So why do we need these many stages? It's like, there will be hundreds of properties like absorption, distribution, metabolism, excretion. You need to optimize to ensure that your molecule reaches to the clinical trials. By the way, what are these properties? You have this, DJ music, and there is an equalizer. I'm sure you'll be having an equalizer there itself. And to get this optimum sound, you need to balance woofer, judge, bass, all those stuff. Am I right? Then only you'll get the optimal music experience. So similarly, for a drug to reach from an hit stage to a preclinical stage or an IND enabling stage or an FDA clinical trial on stage, you need to optimize multiple properties. So that's what hit to lead works on. Once your molecule crosses all these phases, then you test on in vitro, in vivo, and then go for the clinical setting. And this is how it looks like. R&D phase and clinical phase, clinical trials, review approval. So it takes anywhere between 10 to 15 years and then $2 to $2.5 billion of investment. Right? And now this is the traditional approach, how it is being done. Now, the entire value chain of drug discovery, you generate tons of data. It's in chemistry data, it's biology data, and then it's a clinical data. Right? And then this is big data. And it's humanly impossible to understand the underlying patterns of this data. When there is big data, to understand the internal patterns and then identify what is commonality in that, that's where the AI comes into picture. When there is huge data, you go to a DMart, and then the DMart, marketing sales team gets the real-time data. Dasra pe kya zyada sale ho raha hai, Diwali pe kya zyada sale ho raha hai, and then accordingly they place that. So similarly, we take all this chemistry and biology data, apply AI this, and then understand what is the crosstalk between chemistry and biology. How the molecules of chemicals are interacting with the biological settings and biological proteins. So that's where AI is coming to picture. Now, how are you integrating this? So, because of this big data, hence the AI is coming into picture, and then post-COVID, the entire pre-COVID, the data and post-COVID data is 10x. And so much data got generated, and thanks to AI and then the deep learning protocols also, that's the reason, one of the reasons the Moderna could actually get the COVID vaccine at such a fast pace, right? So if you see the traditional process for the target identification to lead optimization, it goes close to 600 to 700 million dollars. But if you use AI, and then if you see that on the right side, it's drastically getting reduced. The overall times can reduce by 25%, cost by 60%. So, Dr. Riaz, that's really interesting. But how do you claim these numbers? Because there are proof in that, right? What is the proof? Now, this is the AI adoption in the drug discovery level. Drug discovery, the AI can be, applied, integrated from A to Z. That's from target identification, validation, hit identification, lead optimization, preclinical nomination, and phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, and also post-market survival. The entire value chain of drug discovery and development is already getting impacted by AI. There are hundreds of companies across globe are working and raise billions of dollars of funding, and then showing the real-time translation at each phase, at different phases of the drug discovery. So there are close to 67 molecules are entirely, whether they are AI discovered novel targets. What do I mean by that? There are close to 30,000 proteins in the human body, and only 500 proteins, the majority of the industry are working to target them, and rest they are not exploring because it's very dicey. It's very dicey. So they wanted to work on disease targets which are more predictable. They wanted to work on targets which have the most commercial viability, right? So, and rest of the other proteins have got all the possibility of having a better disease intervention with therapeutics. But that's where AI is jumping into scenario and then getting identified, and not only identifying the proteins, and also design new proteins that suits to the patient's need for a therapeutic intervention. And similarly, there are AI designed small molecules. Small molecules there are different drugs which you, based on natural products, you extract from a tree and then extract that, convert it into therapeutic. There are semi-synthetic one where you take part of the bark and then do the semi-synthetic analysis in the laboratory. That's semi-synthetic. The entire small molecules are synthetic, where you design molecules in the laboratory and then synthesize in the chemistry laboratory. And there are different vaccines and then antibodies and other stuff. No, 2014, 15, if you see, only one molecule, and by 2023, there are 67 AI discovered molecules or targets that are at various phases of clinical trials, and this is being a report done by BCG. Right. Now, Riaz, that's fine. What do you do? Where do you come into picture? How do you, reduce the time and cost, right? That's where Centella jump in, right? See, this hit-to-lead identification, hit-to-lead optimization is like design, make, test, analyze. Imagine, I'm sure everyone knows Alzheimer's disease. There's a protein called tau protein, which is responsible for this Alzheimer's protein, right? So what I do is, as a drug discovery scientist, is I go and check the protein structure and then find the binding pocket where my drug can go and bind to that. So this binding pocket is nothing but lock, and then I need to design a molecule, I need to design a key. They understand and then design a bunch of molecules, let's say 100 molecules, and test them in real-time biology, and then I see, okay, this is what good and this is not bad. And then I start doing the iteration. You design molecule, you make them in the chemistry laboratory, you test them in the biology, and analyze the result. This is what you call as DMTA cycle. In a traditional setting, you're supposed to do multiple iterations, multiple rounds of synthesis, multiple rounds of biology, right? So what we are trying to replace is, we are trying to reduce this iteration so that you have a better predictability in your designs. So how are we doing that? We are doing that with our proprietary platform called Cascade, and then this is what a separate platform. One is, what is our approach is, fewer cycles, and traditionally it takes 20 to 30 cycles, sometimes 40 cycles as well, and then we accelerate the drug design with a generative AI approach, what we are building. I'll be sharing in the next slide, and then also try to predict whether this molecule which I designed, or drug-like molecule which I did, is feasible in a chemistry laboratory or not, right? And also try to predict the multiple absorption properties, how the drug is soluble in the body or not. And then also ultra large library screening to screen 1 billion molecule under 1 day or 2 days, and then reduce the cost and time. So this is what our proprietary platform, Cascade, Centella's AI supported computational and drug discovery engine. Now for a drug discovery scientist like me, I'm a medicinal chemist by training. People call us medicinal chemists as drug hunters, right? For drug hunters, there are two challenges whenever they work on any diseases and targets. One is, what should I design, right? Right? And how do I synthesize in the laboratory? So what should I design is being assisted by our platform, Centella Generative AI, where this is like in ChatGPT, which we are using for, you use ChatGPT for, you give prompt that I want a mail like this, formal with proper grammar, and then it generates something. Then I'll give my ChatGPT like, generative, platform that I want a molecule with these set of properties, this much solubility, this much permeability in the cell, in the body, and should not have this cardiotoxicity, and should not have our limited exposure to metabolism, all those stuff. So I predefine and then give the input. The platform generates novel drug-like molecule, and once we generate, we do the due diligence. That's where we traditional scientists come into picture. It's not we totally bank on that, because it's to do with the lives and deaths of the patients. Then we again jump in and then vet the data, whatever generative AI is generating, whether it is really making sense or not. So it's an hybrid of AI as well as human intelligence. So we accelerate drug discovery through human and machine intelligence. It's not just through AI, no, never. Right? So once we, the second part is you screen virtual screening. What do you mean by that is, there are two different types of targets. One is, best in class targets, first in class target. What do I mean by that? Best in class are the targets which are very well explored and you have available data and clinical trials, approved drugs. First in class targets are the targets which are from that rest of the 29,500 proteins. No data available, low data available. So in such scenario, then you need to screen a huge virtual library of drug-like molecules, let's say 1 billion. And if you give normal, informatics-led systems to screen such molecule, it takes months together. But the protocol, the platform, the algorithm which we build can screen 1 billion molecule within 2 days, depending upon your GPU capacity. You need high-end compute for that, right? So that's another one which we built. And then second one, the third one is, once you design molecule, you need to have certain specific properties for this molecule, such as solubility and then molecular weight and all those stuff. How many hydrogen bond donors? Is there any chemistry guys over here? One. Oh my God, thank you. Very nice. Very nice. Oh, super. Right. I could find my community here. Right, that's great. Right. So this is what it does. It predicts, and then we build. This is an in-house algorithm, which the first one and third one which we patented, the entire platform is also patented. Right. And this is about how do you design molecules. The next one is what you design and how do you synthesize it. Right. I was doing my PhD from JNTU Hyderabad from 2008 to 2012. And I'm an organic chemist by training, and I must have, synthesized more than 2,000, I must have put or performed 2,000 chemical reactions during my PhD. And can you imagine a rough, wild guess, how many of them were successful out of 2,000? Any rough percentage? 2%, okay? So you're too mean, sir. It's okay, on a lighter note. Right. Any rough guess, wild guess? It's less than 10%. Only 200 reactions went into my PhD thesis. Rest 1800 reactions are gone. My time is gone, my chemical cost is gone, and then I would have completed my PhD in 2 years instead of 5 years. That's a different case. My professor would not have left me. He would have given another problem statement to continue to work on another two years. That's a different scenario. But the point I'm trying to drive home is, I would have saved my time, energy, cost, and then also environmental impact, because your experimentation is directly getting into an environment, like a lot of chemicals, right? So now what we do is, instead of putting 2,000 reactions, what I do is I give my design molecule to my algorithm. Your basic reaction is A plus B gives C. Anyone understand, right? So what we do in this algorithm is you give C as input, and my algorithm predicts whether A plus B gives C, M plus N, X plus Y, A plus Y, or any all permutation combination based on a confidence score. And depending on that, it not only does that, and it also gives who are the best vendors possible, and where do I purchase them within a short time. What is the lead time? 1 mg, how much it costs, 2 mg, 10 mg, 5 mg, and we integrated all that. Had I had this tool with me, I think I would not have told my professor that I had access to this, then I would have completed my PhD. It's not about my PhD, but the idea is, this is how at each phase we are accelerating and cutting the cost and time. Got my point? Right. And this is also a proprietary, algorithm which we are drafting a patent, and then it is not only predict the efficient synthetic routes. It's like going from Hyderabad to Vijayawada. What is the efficient way? Is it by car? Is it by bus? And then how much it costs and time, distance, all these things it takes into picture, and then proposes different novel routes. Right? If you go by road, this much time, cost, distance. If you go by air, this much time, cost, distance. And if you go by on your own vehicle, then this much. Right? And this is eventually accelerates. And this is a little complex platform, but this is how our entire platform looks like, from one stage to another stage, where we have the SendGen AI 3D, where we, based on the protein structure, we actually design molecules. This is a patented technology which we developed on our own, and then ligand based, and then after that we do the multi-parameter optimization, after which, and then it goes to multiple ADMET filters, and then you have molecules. And then we don't synthesize them, we again push it to our internal tool, and then predicts whether the designed molecules works well in the real-time scenario or not. So any questions before I move on to my couple of slides? Or shall we take this at the end? Right. Now you might ask me, Dr. Riaz, that's fine. You built a wonderful tire that's working fabulous in the laboratory, but put it to the test on the road. Am I right or no? Your rubber has to meet the road. Then only the validation happens, right? So this is what rubber meeting the road. Now we did case studies, we validated our platform, and we are not from AI background. 3 years back, zero AI knowledge. I'm a traditional scientist with chemistry, biology background. No front end, no back end, no. For me, cloud means cloud only, that cloud, not AWS or Microsoft Azure cloud, right? So from that stage, we actually evolved. Today, we have a CTO to whom I can define my problem statement crystal clear, right? So it's a transition from a typical chemistry, biology scientist to an AI-driven company, right? So this is how we built, in the last 3 years, and then we have raised funding from ISB and then certain angels, and then also received some grants from Government of India also. Thanks for them for supporting from the beginning. And this is what the case study which we built on couple of cancer targets. Our main focal area is on 3 domains. One is cancer, the second one is longevity, and the third one is rare diseases. So these are the different targets which we work on based on our market research. So this is one of the targets which we worked on and designed molecules based on a platform and synthesized them in the chemistry laboratory and then tested them in biology. And this is on another case study. We cannot reveal the structure given the IP constraints we have. And this is how we got the data. And then if you see the 15, the SAHA, the second row, 74.5%, that's the standard drug. And the molecule which we designed by our tool and then validated, it is showing 100% inhibition. And then out of 15 molecules, 5 are showing very good efficacy. And then they are actually getting further biological value evaluation, and then we are applying patent for this as well. There are close to 11 different, and overall we could reduce the cost by 40% and then time by 25%. It would take anywhere 9 to 12 months for getting such kind of data. We could achieve this under 3 to 4 months. So this is our pipeline, how we are working on multiple disease targets, starting from fibrosis, oncology, immuno-oncology, and PDAC, pancreatic cancer, leukemia, antiviral, and NAFLD, diabetes. And then we have international collaborations with multiple universities, academia, industry. And then we are validating them. And then we have also signed up with Albert Einstein College of Medicine and the University of Texas. We are working. And then also working with MNC Pharma to, to get this adopted. Right? So you might ask me, is the whole scenario rosy? Is AI the panacea? Is AI the one-stop solution? Is AI the quick fix? No, not at all. Not at all. There are challenges, and then there are, the major challenge initially I had while I explained my idea and concept to traditional scientists who are from chemistry, biology background. They are not tech savvy, and they don't believe AI. They don't believe AI. A chemist want to draw a structure with his hand, benzene delocalization, right? And he doesn't believe, even if it's the right structure with validity, uniqueness, still he doesn't believe. And it took a while for us to establish ourselves and convince them, no, what you generate and then it gets validated. So that was one of the challenge. The second challenge was the data is the fodder for AI models. You need huge amount of data to get the patterns. So that's one of the challenging aspect, data scarcity and interdisciplinary skill set. Initially, it was very hard. There are people who knows AI. There are people who knows drug discovery. There are no one who knows AI drug discovery. That's the challenge in AI healthcare. I've been interacting multiple, diagnostic. We have been getting a lot of offers to, come and do some intervention. But the challenge is, there are people who have data in healthcare ecosystem, and they wanted to explore AI. But how? The challenge. What? What is challenge? How is challenge? Right? What to do that? You need to have that AI mindset. What is your intent? What is your purpose? That's where it's connected with the interdisciplinary skill set. And it took us a while to train and groom people to understand both the domains. And the third one is huge compute infra. You need like, A100s, B100s, H100s. These are the high performing computes which you need to do the simulation, train the foundation models like large language models. We work on protein language models, chemical language models, which are subset of large language models, right? And also funding is also constrained because whenever we go to VC or venture capitalists, they don't understand like what we are doing. It takes a while. There are people who want to just explore, right? So that's also an initial constraint, but we could figure that out, of late. So these are some challenges that we are facing in the preclinical setting to have the AI adoption. And I would say in the clinical setting now, if I can just draw parallels to a preclinical to clinical, the patient care which you are facing. I'm sure one of the chief data information officer, I was talking to one of the top two a diagnostic company in India. So I was interacting with him in a Microsoft meeting. So he was telling like, Riaz, I have 19 crore data, patients data with me, lying with me. You tell me how do I leverage? What can I do? That's only a diagnostic company. If you go to a typical healthcare company or a hospital setting within multi-specialty clinic, you have an abundant, from diverse, disease domains. You have huge data. And then in West, you have this basic research culture. I'm glad that this culture is slowly getting adopted in Indian ecosystem, Indian healthcare ecosystem also. And people are actually, trying to find some value and then trying to invest something and then try to get some insight out of it that actually getting into, translate into real-time action.
Can I just take a chance?
So it all depends upon the intent and the purpose of the, the managements, like how do we leverage this data. So I thought I can share a couple of points on this with my learning, because very frequently we get inquiries from these, diagnostic companies that, Riaz, hey, can we do something? I said, like, no, that's not our immediate priority. We are working in the preclinical domain. We can do. In fact, my co-founder, Dr. Purna, is in precision medicine. He's a cancer biologist and he's a precision medicine expert. But still, that's a different domain as of now for us, right? So I shamelessly take the credit from all these people by presenting here. In fact, these are the people who actually does a lot of background work, and myself, Dr. Puna, is a co-founder and is a cancer biologist, and then he leads the entire drug discovery efforts, and then Sandeep's our CTO, Chief Strategy Officer, and then our advisory board, right? So this is how we started small, and then we are translating into real-time action and real-time application. So on this note, I'll be happy to have any quick questions from your end, and then try to share my any perspective. Pardon. Can I have the mic? Yeah, please, sir. We are working on currently 11 partnerships. So on different targets we are working, and we close to, I would say, 11 into 50, close to 550 molecules who are actually designed by our platform. Yeah. And they are drug-like molecules. There's a difference between a drug and drug-like molecule. So drug-like molecule, upon optimization on in vitro and in vivo with certain properties, then it becomes a preclinical candidate. And then you do IND enabling studies on higher species, lower species your mice, rat, then higher species dog, chimpanzee, depending on the disease model you're working. And then after that you get the approval for the clinical trials performance. So any quick question before we wrap? Right. Thank you. Thank you very much for your time and then patience. Nirmal, thank you. Yeah, please. One quick question before we wrap.
So, can you integration of AI in carrier transporter systems at the receptor level?
Can you repeat? You are asking like, can you elaborate the limitation of AI in?
Carrier transporter systems whenever you are developing.
Carrier transportation system, I didn't get you.
Receptor level.
Receptor level. Okay.
So can you elaborate the limitations of that?
Yeah. So let me rephrase this question. You are trying to ask me what are the limitations of AI while you design drugs at a receptor level. Is that what your question?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay, right. So as I told, AI is not a panacea. AI is not a panacea. Whatever you do with AI, the prediction is prediction and reality is reality. All right. So you simulate all these receptors and then already reported, modulators, how the modulators interact with the receptors, and then you'll be able to understand the, patterns of these molecules which interact with the receptor. And based on that, you come to an assumption using an AI. Having said that, there is no hard and fast rule that whatever you design with AI, the modulator will exactly go and bind to your receptor. And you have to eventually vet them in the wet lab. However, this prediction allows you to rule out multiple molecules. Instead of synthesizing and screening multiple chemistry and biology molecules, you filter out, instead of 100 molecules, you only design and synthesize 10 molecules and do the synthesis in the chemistry laboratory and test on the biology. So that's how AI can be leveraged at a receptor level. Yeah. Thank you.
I have just one comment.
Yeah, sure.
I live in a gated community called Domas near BITS, Hyderabad. My name is Surendra Reddy. I want you to tell me which is the best known gated community in the world. The best known gated community in the world. I'll give you a clue. He is Lee's neighbor. He is Lee's neighbor. He lives there. His neighbor is Lee. The best known gated community. The answer is periodic table. That's why my original riddle, I have created hundreds and thousands of riddles in all domains.
Thank you. Before I wrap, I want to take a moment to thank Nirmal for making me a part of this, August gathering, and thank you very much for having me here. And then thanks for your attention and then patience. Have a good day. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, sir. I now invite Rahul Devalapalli, Special Correspondent the Week, to present a memento to Dr. Riyaz Said.
I think probably, yeah, thanks.
You need a receptor. That's it.
Aditi Rao Hydari is celebrated for her nuanced performances across Indian cinema, from debuting in Prajapati in 2006 to playing the beautiful Bibojan in Hiramandi. She has captivated audiences with her in-depth performances. With a big round of applause, I invite Aditi Rao Hydari to a beautiful conversation with Chief Associate Editor The Week, Riyad Matthew.
Sir, please. 3%.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very honored to be here amongst incredible people. Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the first thing I told Aditi was I won't ask any questions on modulars and receptors, so it's just going to be on what we both generally talk about. So, like, Aditi needs no introduction. That's pretty evident with the applause that she got. I think that was the loudest one this entire day. So Aditi, welcome to the Week Hospital Summit. She came on all the way from Bombay to her home city, which is Hyderabad. And before we can continue, it's first to say congratulations to Aditi. She just got married a few months ago. So congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So actually I was asking a colleague of mine, about Nawab. She was born into the Nawabi family. And this Nawabi, at least the perception is that it's got all the rich food and everything in the world. With all that other things born into Nawabi family, how do you maintain such a figure?
You know, the trick is to be very multicultural. I actually come from a very, very diverse family. So my genetics are very mixed. I'm a khichdi, like a poster child for national integration. So I think maybe that's the trick. But, you know, I think to put it very simply, I think my mother brought me, or tricked me actually, into believing that healthy food was the yummiest food ever. So I was brought up on like hand-pounded rice and like avocado salads with cranberries, and it was like sold to me like the most delicious thing ever, and I just grew up believing that. And today, it's not a big deal for me to pick like something that's healthy but also yummy, and I think it's possible to do that. So I think that's how I have managed this whole thing, because I love food and I've grown up in a family that loves food, and like I said, I'm so multicultural. Like I have a Telangana ancestry, I have Mangalorean ancestry, and I have Bori ancestry, and everybody makes the most incredible food.
Yeah. And so there was no biryani and all that in the mix initially?
100%. But I think you should also feed your soul, na? You can't deny your soul. And who said biryani is not healthy?
That's true.
It's very healthy.
No, I asked this question because at the age of 5, she started Bharatanatyam. So I thought it was something to do with the food that she ate, and her parents were ready for her to do Bharatanatyam at the age of 5, just to kind of equal it out. It's not because of that?
You know, actually, this thing to do Bharatanatyam was mine. But I will say that I had been exposed from the time I probably sort of was born. Again, thanks to my mother and grandmother, I was taken to every music concert, every dance concert. A lot of my mother's friends are artists, sculptors, architects. So I grew up around a lot of artistic people and academics. So I decided that I want to dance. And I refused to take no for an answer, because I landed up at my teacher's class when I was 4 or something. And she said she's too little, but I just would not take no for an answer. And I would land up every day till she called my mother and said, okay, fine, I'll just start teaching her. So that's how I started. And yes, I'm sure it has something to do with everything.
Dance in Bollywood, but before I come to that, it's like, so you also got into, before coming to like general stuff, you also got into yoga later on. Was this that, because I asked this question because a lot of us don't know what people in Bollywood go through, and nor do I sitting here right now. I asked this question to Aditi because, you know, there are Bollywood actors of late, a few years back, who've spoken about mental health and the problems that they've gone. I just want to know, Aditi, first, as a person from that industry, would you have spoken about that, considering it's still a stigma in India?
Sorry,
openly,
I didn't get
openly,
your
if you like, suppose opened up about mental health, considering it's still stigma in India, when some Bollywood actors went out and spoke about it. So what's your take on that? Is it?
I think it's absolutely wonderful, because I think there's so much healing in sharing. And I think it's really important to normalize whatever difficulties people are going through, and not treat it like, you know, like not walk on eggshells around issues that should be spoken about comfortably and freely. And I think that is also part of the process of healing, and also access to the right people. And that only happens when you are able to normalize and speak about things like this. And I think, like for me, you brought up yoga and stuff like that. So I have again done that since I was a little girl. I was exposed to Kalari and yoga, and just a very sort of rooted way of being. That's how I was brought up. So maybe I was lucky, and I had a lot of people around me who were very exemplary and sort of were rooted, but at the same time expansive. And I think the environment that I grew up in, it has been important to not be afraid. And I think that's the first thing, to be a sort of curious child, to be comfortable in your own skin, and to not be afraid to ask questions, to not be afraid to not know something, to be comfortable to ask, like, I don't know this, can you explain? So it basically is about shedding the ego, and I think all of this also helps with the whole conversation around mental health, where you are made to feel afraid, or you feel that you have to keep it together for a particular reason. But I think all this contributes to just the comfort around being able to be vulnerable and be able to share with people, and but I do believe that it is important to have those communities, and also a sense of self and comfort in oneself. And yes, it's really important, and the professionals who deal with things like this, I think it's very important to have that kind of access to those people, because ultimately you and I can't solve this together. We can be of support, and we can normalize these things, but there has to be professional help around it, and it's very important to bring that to everybody's make it accessible to everyone. I don't know if that was your question.
Yeah, that's my question. And just a follow-up, how do you deal with it? See, not every movie is going to be a success. And, being brought up in Hyderabad, then in Bombay, suppose something affects you, like I said, a movie is not a success. How do you deal with it? I know you said, Bharadana, you love dancing. You've got into yoga in a big way. Are these two, or are there other ways that you deal with your...
That's actually a really good question, because it's not just us who deal with ups and downs. Everybody does. Every human being does. It's just that with us, it tends to be very public. I like the way that I deal with it. Honestly, I'm also lucky that I have a great support system, like an emotional support system with family and friends, etc. But I make sure that I have the right people around me, okay? I think that's the first thing, because it's very easy to believe your own myth. So, you can have people around you who just keep building you up, and, I can believe what they tell me. And there's a fine line, because I accept all the love with gratitude, but I have to always remember that I am made of flesh and blood. I'm a human being. I'm my mother's daughter. I am, in my heart, I'm just a simple girl who feels all the emotions that any other human being goes through. I think the first thing is to realize that and to be comfortable with that. The second thing is, for me, it's very important to keep rooting myself, because, yeah, we say fly, dream, do all of that, but constantly root yourself, because it's so important to do that. Like, I feel when I'm going through something that is causing me a lot of, what I do? I actually just cry. And I think it's so important to be able to do that, and so important to be comfortable doing that. Like, some people have rage, some people have whatever. Everybody has different kinds of outlets, but I think your outlet is something that you should be comfortable with. And I'm a 5-year-old, so I cry. I cry, but as fast as I cry, I will also laugh. And I'm okay to be that. I'm okay to be vulnerable, and I'm comfortable being that, and the people around me allow that. But I also remember that, in all that noise, there is always music, and you can find the music. There may be darkness around you. You can find the light, and that is up to me to do. And I think that kind of rooting, like what we spoke about, like whether it's yoga or, singing or dancing, these are things that I grew up with. So when I say I root myself, I take myself back and sort of remember, I'm just a little 5-year-old, and this is my wonderland, and I have so many dreams to dream, and there will be ups and downs, but there's always a beautiful journey to look forward to, and I remind myself of that. And there is nothing greater than remembering gratitude. I wake up in the morning and I'm grateful, and when I sleep at night, I'm grateful, because like I was saying, you can either choose to look at all the bad things, or you can find the good things to concentrate on, and I really make a practice of finding the good things to concentrate on.
That's fantastic. Actually, I want to bring up another point, which, especially the young girls out there and the young guys out there, when I was reading more about Aditi, I found out it's a very important trait of hers. She accepts her body for what it is, in the sense that what the human body throws at you, she accepts it. So I hear a lot of women, girls, when they become women, trying to come to sorts with the kind of changes that the body has to, brings about. And I just want Aditi to address not just all of you sitting in the room, but many of us, the older generation as well, on how you deal with it and how do you accept it, both physically, you don't have, may have much of an option, but how do you accept it mentally, and how is the best way to address it?
I think the most important thing is to be healthy in your mind and your body. And you know, we all come naturally in different shapes and sizes. And sometimes, you know, I see, like, you know, there are friends of mine who struggle with weight or various things, and it's a reality, you know. We have these factory prototypes of what is conventionally acceptable and not, and various sort of people tell us these things, but I think it's up to us to decide when we feel our best. And I don't think anybody can dictate that to you. Like, suppose, for example, there are friends of mine who, you know, will tell me, oh, you're lucky, you're very tiny. But I'm like, but that's my core, that's my core, that's how I'm made. But the way that you look the most beautiful is when you are fuller, you know, and who is to say what is more beautiful? I mean, if you look at old paintings, if you look at Renaissance paintings, if you look at our own paintings, look at the women in those paintings. And I don't think anybody should dictate any of it. I really think it's so important to, you know, like, okay, for example, we all think that it's important to go on diets. And then there are these fad diets that we all go on, right? And I'm like, it is soul sapping. You'll be in a bad mood. You will ruin your hormonal, and especially for a lot of women, your hormones will go like completely awry. And it's not good for you in the long run. And I know you're probably thinking it's easy for me to say. But no, we all go through it at some point in our lives, you know, where you are made to feel a certain way. And please don't think that I'm not told 13,000 things. But I think somewhere it's important to tap into your authentic self and tell yourself that when I am my authentic self, I am the best version of myself. And when I am healthy, when I'm happy, I will always be beautiful. And it's not only that, you know, like I always feel when I come in front of you, beauty is what? Beauty beyond a point is boring. I have to make you feel something. I have to, you have to receive my love, my kindness, or my talent, or you have to give so much more than just physical perfection. There is so much, like our hearts have to connect in whatever way they can. And I think that is so much more important than any of this. And that comes when you're truly healthy and happy from within. And these are not just words. I truly believe that. And believe me, I have been brought up to sort of live that life. And I really live that life. And there are days when I have like difficult days. But I always tap back into that energy, you know. And I think it's good.
Yeah. So there's another question, because, you know, when I studied in America, which is more than 2 decades back, the problem that a lot of Americans, the youth, felt was about looking good and about the weight problem that they had. So there was so many cases of anorexia, bulimia, all this kind of stuff, right? And we used to do, being a journalist, we were supposed to write on that. And not sooner, I came back 2 decades ago, 10 years after that, I see that rising heavily in India, right? And I'm sure many of us in this hall have gone through it or might go through it. For someone who's in an industry where you have to look good all the time, or where it's important to look good all the time, how do you deal with these, your eating habits? There are different thoughts, because when I was trying to read more on Aditi, and she'll tell you about how she eats, there's also Ayurveda, which tells you eat only when you're hungry, right? But when someone is looking so perfect, I'm sure they would like to hear how you go about, this entire thing about battling the way you eat and the way you look and the amount you should eat and when you should eat. If you could just tell them about what you think works for you, may not work for them, but what works for you.
If there's some nutritionist sitting here, please don't kill me. But there are lots of like medical practitioners and I don't know, like people who know the rules. So I listen to my body. Like, people ask me a lot about skincare as well, huh? And I always feel like it's really important to listen to your body and what it requires. Even the weather, I mean, the kind of climate that you're in. Like suppose when I'm in shooting in a colder climate, like I remember I was shooting with Manisa in minus 16 degrees in Serbia. I was surrounded by snow, and I mean it was, and I was in one thin sari and a skirt and a backless this thing, and basically going blue, green, all colors. And there was no makeup on my face. This was blue, green was all natural. It was weather conditions. And I felt like eating butter. I needed butter. So I ate it. I didn't put, I mean, okay, again, now that is my genetic makeup. But I'm like, my body needed it, and I did not deny myself. I ate it happily, big chunks of it. But the thing is, each person's body tells them something else. I also think it's very important to keep your body clean and to be able to listen to your body. You know, we all talk about gut instinct. I'm like, but first your gut has to be clear na, to have an instinct. So I think it's really important to actually cleanse your body and your mind. So this mental health, your gut, your body, I think more than starving, diets and all of this, I think it's important to really know what it is that your body requires. And again, like I'm speaking maybe in a very simplistic way, but I think there's nothing better than doing something like that. Again, if somebody has a major medical issue, they need somebody to guide them through this. And even if you don't, maybe there are things you don't realize about yourself, but this is what I do. And again, like I said, possibly my mother trained me from when I was very little, so it comes naturally to me. Maybe it doesn't come naturally to other people, but there are people to help you through that. But I do believe that it's so important to really tap into what it is that you require. Like there are days when I just feel like eating like greens, but there are days when I just want to eat protein. And there are days I want to, like, and I eat like, you know, I eat literally like, I shouldn't say this, I don't know again, like I eat katoris of ghee because I think it's really important. So I eat it. And anytime I feel like, you know, my brain is not functioning properly or I'm feeling like cranky or whatever, I know it's time to do a cleanse. And I do it. And then I feel like, okay, again, and I think everything is connected. Again, these are different kinds. Like I again follow a more alternative sort of medical this thing, okay? It's not like I don't take a Saradon when I have a headache, but I prefer to follow more natural kinds of medicine. And those kinds of medicine will tell you that everything is connected. So I believe everything is connected. Please don't kill me, everybody. I'm really sorry.
Yeah, so you did speak about, you know, about how these things help you, but I'm just going to ask you, like, how would you start an entity? I'm not saying, like, first thing that I think what she said is very important is listen to your body. I think that's the most important thing. I think that's one thing that most people in the world neglect, which is basically the fundamental rule is listen to your body. At least we don't want to hear that from me, hear that from Aditi, but listen to your body. And the second thing, Aditi, is what is your ideal day like, you know, in the sense like, you know, not just to keep healthy, but you do have your cheat days. So it's okay to cheat and, you know, for everything, the way you eat. And so how can you just tell them how you go about your day?
It's not okay to cheat, but it's okay to cheat with your food.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Totally meant that.
But, okay, yeah. So, like I said, I think when your body is calling out to chocolate, eat it. But just don't eat don't eat like bars and bars of chocolate. Give yourself that chocolate and feel happy. Like if you want biryani, eat it. And don't keep punishing yourself for eating that biryani. You know, I feel like when people have that cheat meal, they're punishing themselves. Oh my God, now I'm going to put on weight. Oh my God, now I'm going to stand. I've done a very bad thing. I'm like, no, your body is dying to eat biryani. It was very nice. Give your body the biryani. Enjoy it, savor it. It's going to be fine. Having said that, this is only if you don't have a major issue, like with whatever. So was that your question?
Yes.
Okay. So, no, but what was your question? Sorry.
My question is basically how would you like, you know, spend it? Like ideally spend it.
Oh, what would I do? What would I do? Okay. So with me, okay, I do start healthy mostly. So I'll start with a shot. What shot?
Oh.
I said that on purpose. what do you think? So like a haldi shot, okay? So I have like haldi, ginger, pepper, like avla. Avla is what? Nellikai. I don't know what is correct, what I'm saying? Gooseberry, huh. So that, and literally a shot glass of that. I have that in the morning. Then I'll have one other concoction, which is like ginger, clove, cinnamon, this, that, lots of things mixed up. I'll like have it hot. Then I have I used to be a no coffee drinker, but now I have a bullet coffee because I feel the need to smile for a minimum of 15 hours every day. Because I'm like, nobody deserves a cranky actor. Nobody. So I'm like, I want to smile. I want to be nice to all my ADs. I want to be like a happy human being. I want to be kind to everyone. And I want to just have a happy day. And I want to give everybody else a happy day. So I have a bullet coffee. Anybody know what a bullet coffee is? It's a miracle drink. It's basically an espresso shot with like another shot. It's an espresso shot with either coconut oil or MCT oil and ghee. And again, coffee people will be like, ew, but it's damn good, okay? Then I have my breakfast. So I do intermittent fasting. Now again, it's something that at this point I feel that my body needs, so I do it. But I don't do it all the time. I love idli ghee podi. I have it when I want to. But most days I do intermittent fasting. Then what else? I have like a regular balanced lunch. I love my tomato pappu. I love my, like when I'm in Hyderabad, I'll have the chapar pulsu. I'll have like whatever is, and I also feel like wherever you are, have the local food of that place. Have that, enjoy that, because that is natural to that region. Your body, like suppose when you're, when I'm in the north, they eat like, there is more ghee and stuff in their diet, you know, more butter. I'll eat it. I'll eat it quite happily. I'll eat the sarson ka saag with the big dollop of white butter, etc., etc. So it depends on where I am. And then I try to eat a light dinner because I don't like to sleep with a heavy system. So I usually have like something light, like either like millets or whatever, protein or soup and cutlets or something like that. So that's what I do. And when I want to eat the biryani, I just eat it. And when I'm in Hyderabad, I will eat halim. Nobody can keep me away from halim.
Yeah, so you can see her South Indian roots, the strong South Indian roots. She spoke about Nellikai, she spoke about podi, and she spoke about coconut water. So how does the South Indian manage in a very competitive North Indian industry?
Oh my God, I just turned them all into South Indians. Simple. Recently, I was shooting with a French crew, and I was, the production had very kindly brought a South Indian caterer that day. And I always bring lunch for my team from home. And that day, I had brought extra lunch for the French people as well. And when I heard that this particular South Indian caterer was on set, I have walked out of my van with so much pride and literally served everybody this food. Like I have cooked it with my own bare hands. And so I'm very proud of the food, of my our food. And I think it's incredible. I mean, you cannot replace ghee karam dosa. My God. I mean, really, there is nothing in the world that is as good as a ghee karam dosa. There is nothing to beat podi idli. There is nothing to beat chapal pulsu. I mean, you can go, like, travel the world, but you will not find that food. So that's how I deal with it. I make everybody eat it and I turn them into South Indians.
Is there any Bollywood actor, actress that you know who's from there who loves South Indian food, loves coming to your house to have the South Indian food?
So many people. So in fact, Siddharth's a very good cook. He's an excellent cook.
By the way, we are not on first-term basis with them. Who's Siddharth?
If they know who Siddharth is. He's their son first. He's the son of Telangana before I am, I think. Siddharth's my husband. My God, that sounds odd to say, but yes. So he's an incredible cook, and when he has a free day, there are many people who will be like, "Sid, will you cook for us?" And he does. He makes incredible food, but he cooks more like sort of non-vegetarian and maybe Tamil food more than food from here. But yeah.
What about Amitabh and Priyanka and all that first-term basis?
Wow. No. So
So you know what, it's almost time up, but I'm just going to open it up because I think the only time you guys hardly get a time to ask Aditi Rao Hydari a question directly, unless you're in the media at a Filmfare Award. Or so I'm going to just, a couple of questions from the audience. I'm sure there'll be many. So just a couple of questions before we thank Aditi and move on to the next session. A couple of questions, put your hand up and we'll bring the mic to you. They're all blushing. Go ahead. Unless you thought this moderator was so good, you got all your questions answered. But anyone with any questions for Aditi?
Wow, nobody has any questions?
Yeah, there you go.
Bye.
Go on, come on, come. Yeah. Go ahead.
Hello Aditi, I am
Hi.
Suparna. We all are from ASCII college here at Banjara. And no questions. We just wanted to tell you how much we love you.
Oh, thank you.
All of us were just waiting to see you.
Thank you.
There's one more at the back. There's one behind her. There's one gentleman there.
Hello Aditi.
Hi.
I'm Sukanya. I just need a favor. Can you sing here?
You know what?
Oh
I
my
think
God.
she will,
Okay, later.
Later she'll sing to you. Yeah.
But I can't sing a Telugu song, please.
No, Tamil. I'm Tamil.
Tamil song, even more difficult.
Well, I think first of all I want to thank Aditi for coming all the way from Bombay, and just for this. When you get married, you just want to just be next to your spouse all the time. In spite of that, she took time off and came and spent time with us. So Aditi, thank you so much. And I think she gave all of you many valuable lessons about how to, one, listen to your body and many other things. So once again, from the entire week team and all those who are present here, thank you so much, Aditi.
Thank you. Thank you. It was lovely being here. Thank you.
I have one appeal to Aditi Rao. And it is, please use your influence to make Hyderabad the second capital of India.
Okay, sir. I'll try.
On behalf of the Week Best Hospital Awards 2024, I request Riyaz Matthew to present a memento to Aditi Rao Hydari. Thank you so much. Behind the white coat. We are proud and delighted to present to you India's youngest Padma Shri in theatre arts, celebrated theatre actor and director Muhammad Ali Beg is in a specially curated theatre performance today for Malayalam Manorama and The Week. Hailing from one of India's foremost theatre families and son of theatre legend late Qadir Ali Beg, the theatre icon has a unique distinction of having been invited to the Oxford University and Edinburgh Fest, in addition to iconic monuments, forts and palaces around the world. He has to credit no less than 450 ad films globally for leading internationally brands. Behind the White Coat is a Qadir Al Beg Theatre Foundation production written by Noor Beg. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Padma Shri Muhammad Ali Beg.
Harsha. కనిపిస్తున్నాయి. be when you grow up?
The same as I told you, a doctor.
You want to be a doctor when you grow up?
Yes, Mama. Why?
Are you sure? When you were younger, you wanted to become a pilot. And before that, a chef.
Chef Kadu, a pastry chef.
Oh, sorry. A pastry chef.
Why don't you want me to become a doctor, Mama?
Because, nothing. Beta, to become a doctor, you've got to study and work very hard. Okay? Will you do that?
Yes, Mama. Of course.
Shabash, beta.
As a member of the medical profession, I solemnly pledge to dedicate my life to the service of humanity. The health and well-being of my patient will be my first consideration. I will respect the autonomy and dignity of my patient. I will maintain the utmost respect for human life. I will foster the honor and noble traditions of the medical profession. I will attend to my own health, well-being and abilities in order to provide care of the highest standard. I make these promises solemnly, freely, and upon my honor.
Good morning, Dr. Sumita here.
Morning, Dr. Sumita.
Doctor, we are prepping for the surgery, and she once again requested you to be in there for the OT, operation theatre.
Yeah, I know. I met her, Dr. Sumita. I'll be there. Just give me some time, 10-15 minutes, please.
Though it isn't your case, doctor, you already have a hectic schedule, your own patients.
Well, Dr. Sumita, you know that in our profession, we can't compartmentalize or departmentalize our responsibilities. Can't be dictated by science and clinical stuff all the time. There's also the human factor sometimes. Don't worry. I know it's your specialization, but I'll be there for her, right?
That's right, doctor. I'll update you again in 15 minutes. Is that okay?
Please do that. Thank you. A senior patient of ours going for a very complicated surgery, a very complicated neurosurgery. Risky for any age, not just because she's an elderly patient. And it's not my specialization. I'm attending on her for some other ailments. But she wants me there. When I came to the hospital from home this morning, the first thing I did was went and looked at her, checked the vitals, and I was looking at her reports, and I realized that she was looking into my eyes continuously. She was surrounded by her 2 sons, 2 daughters, sons-in-law, daughters-in-law, grandchildren. But she held my hand and said, "Doctor, you'll be there at the surgery. I want you." Before coming to hospital, I was leaving home and my little daughter walked up to my car. It's a birthday today. She held my hand and said, "Dad, you're going to be there. I want you." There are these situations which compel us to go back to the oath we take, dedicating our lives to the service of humanity. But have you realized that the oath we take, the Hippocratic oath, with reference to Hippocrates, is an oath taken in the name of Greek gods of healing and medicine. But isn't it ironic that we doctors ourselves are considered gods? most of the time. Probably our patients seem to forget that we are human beings too. A doctor is a father, a husband, a son. A doctor is a mother, a daughter, and a wife too. I think the trust we gain from our patients has nothing to do with our years of FRCS or our years at foreign universities and medical schools. But it's mostly the time we spend with them, the interaction we have with them, like the senior lady. I've realized that for a doctor, the best diagnosis is done when you read the symptoms firsthand from the patient, when you validate the concerns and worries as a person, as a human being, which means a lot to them, to their world. We may not be gods. At the end of the day, we are human beings. We doctors have ups and downs. We party. When we get together, I have to attend to a patient on phone, even at home, late at night. I can't recall the number of annual days of my son that I missed at school because I had emergency cases to attend to. I can't recall in totality how many hours I would have spent with my own ailing father because I was looking after someone else's ill parents. My father holds my hand too, looks into my eyes every time I leave hospital, leave him in his bed. Holding my hand, he says, "Beta, you'll be back soon, won't you?" While we doctors have our joys, our celebrations, our accolades and awards, the world doesn't realize that we also have our heartbreaks, our losses, our tragedies. Who can ever forget the pandemic, the deadly virus, COVID-19? And I lost my best friend, my colleague, my co-doctor at this hospital, to that deadly virus. While in bed, he wrote a note which encapsulates our lives. And here it is, in a file that I should read it out to you. From his bed, he wrote, "The world will move on, but no doctor will ever forget the pandemic. Fighting a deadly virus as much as battling patients' families to stay calm. Battling our own families, begging us to stop risking our lives because of compelling duty, the oath they have taken. Front line, always on the front line, first in line, in the line of fire, literally and figuratively. First to respond and first to catch contagious diseases, even like this deadly virus. They call it the noble profession. It doesn't feel so noble when we tell a patient they don't have much time left on this earth. It doesn't feel so noble when we watch a child dying despite you trying everything to treat it, to save it, to get it out of its deformity or disability. Sometimes you wanted to hug them, to comfort them, turn the rules of science upside down for them. Good bedside manners can only do so much when you're the one delivering the worst news ever. But we are taught. We are taught for our sanity and safety to do our best, to give assurances as much as possible, and remember that this is part of what we signed up for. And when we put on that white coat, everything else fades away. All the stress of our personal life, all those annoying patients Googling their own symptoms these days on WhatsApp, well, every minor ache is not terminal or sinister, and we pray it's not. But no harm in having it checked properly. All the exhaustion of peering through endless reports, all the nights of prepping ourselves to be in the optimal state for the most precise of surgeries, all the negativity that gets thrown at us when things go wrong. And boy, in our line of work, don't they ever? Well, that was my friend. And I'm sure my daughter is going to call me anytime now. Patience. Happy birthday, sweetheart.
Thank you, Dad. I just called to tell you.
But I know. Listen, I wanted to call you myself.
Dad, listen, I want to tell you something.
Beta, I'm sorry.
Dad, listen.
Listen to me. I know you wish sometimes that your dad had a regular 9-to-5 job or had a store or business of his own that he could spend time with you, be with you most of the time.
Come on, Dad.
Beta, there's a very serious patient I have to attend to tonight, all right? Someone like your grandpa. So please understand, she needs me there. And darling, I know you need me there too. But please, remember, I'll make it up for you, all right? Now, you go ahead, we'll have your birthday tomorrow, a private birthday, and listen, I promise, I'll take you out on gelato, all right?
Oh, Dad, will you listen to me for a minute?
Baby, I promise. I promise a gelato day tomorrow exclusively with you, all right?
Oh, Dad, will you listen to me for a minute?
Go ahead.
I called to tell you that my cake can wait. Your patient can't. I understand that. I am your daughter, Dad.
What?
Dad, I'm proud of you. You know, when your patients come and thank you, my heart fills up. When you have a successful surgery, I see that satisfied smile on your face. That's worth more than any cake cutting for me, Dad. And Dad, when you put on that white coat, you are as much as Superman or a Batman. For me, that white coat is a cape no less than a superhero's. So, don't worry, you go into the operation theatre now and be present there fully. Remember, Dad, there is someone watching you and being inspired by you. And I will take you up on the gelato date tomorrow. Okay, my friends are waiting, Dad. Bye.
Love you better. Well, it takes a lot. I guess it takes more than those years of practice in turning an experience. It takes a lot. It takes more than the Charaka Samhita, more than Davidson's principles to be a doctor, to be the person behind the white coat.
A big round of applause, please. Thank you so much, sir. I now request Kush Mohan Joshi, Senior Regional General Manager, to present a memento to Muhammad Ali Beg. Thank you, sir.
Can I have 2 minutes just to get the backstage on Noor here, the writer, Noor Beg, please. Sumita Tiwari was Dr. Sumita. Atifa was the daughter. Noor, who's written the play, Noor Beg is here. There's the little Sultan who's not approving her appearance on stage. Pawan on sound and Vikas on lights. Anuj Gupta backstage with Usman and Raghu. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. To express our heartfelt gratitude to each and everyone present here, I now call upon Ajay Pillai for the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today's event, the week's Best Hospital Awards 2024, has been truly enriching, and it was full of knowledge exchange by the industry stalwarts. I would start by thanking our chief guests, Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, Government of Telangana, Shri Mallu Bharti Vikramarka, and Honorable Minister of Health, Government of Telangana, Shri Damodar Raja Narasimha, Dr. Kavya, Honorable Member of Parliament, for their gracious presence, sharing various initiatives taken by them, and for giving away the Best Hospital Awards to all the awardees, and and also for inaugurating the week's special healthcare segment. Thank you, Dr. Srinivas, Director AIIMS Delhi, our guest of honor, for enlightening us on the quality of patient care that AIIMS swears by. I would further like to thank our eminent panelists, Dr. Sudarshan Ballal, Chairman Manipal Hospitals, Dr. Santosh Shetty, CEO Kokila Ben, Dhirubhai Ambani Hospital, Dr. Sajan Nair, CEO Zydus Hospital, Dr. Shailesh Jhawar, Director Apex Hospital, Shri C.V. Anand, IPS, Commissioner of Police, Dr. Jalachari Ella, Head of Corporate Strategy, Bharat Biotech. Thank you all for elaborating on what quality means to you in your respective fields. Thank you, Mr. Harkaran Singh Sani, COO, Apollo Hospitals, Hyderabad, for explaining why patients choose Apollo for its superior health care. Thank you, Ms. Shalini Saraswati, for that brilliant, motivating speech. And if I could ever personify the phrase "never give up," I would always, it will be you always, Shalini. Your journey was very, very inspirational. Thank you, Mr. Yash Kaul, CEO Helmia, for showing how his 3-year-old company is making India proud by offering the solutions to the entire world. Thank you, Mr. Jerry Phillip, CEO KIMS Health, for sharing KIMS Health's growth story to us. Thank you, Dr. Riaz from Centella AI Therapeutics, for an enlightening session on on AI and drug design. Thank you, Aditi Rao Hydari, for all the insights and observations on the importance of wellness. Thank you, Padma Shri Muhammad Ali Beg, who showed us why he is regarded as one of the best in the theatre industry today. Thank you, sir, for a wonderful presentation on the doctor's life. Let me take this chance to thank all the sponsors, our main sponsor, Joe Salukas, associate sponsors, Manipal Hospitals, Helmia, supporting partners, Group Pharma, JLRA India, Sharpsight Hospitals, Apex Hospitals, Indian Economic Trading Organization, KIMS Health, and our strategic media partner, Indie Global. And lastly, thank you, Riyadh, for all the support, for helping us do this event. And it's just not this event, throughout the year. Thank you, dear Stanley. He's been the master of good health. And, giving us the vision, to make this best hospital grand. And particularly, I would really want to tell thank you, Rahul, wherever you are. Okay, yeah. Without whom this event would not be this a grand success. And lastly, the crucial pillar of the week. Thank you to my entire circulation team. Everyone rose up to it and made this like their own event, and they really worked hard for it. Thanks a lot, guys. Thanks a lot, everyone. Thank you. Have a great evening.
Thank you, Ajay. I hope you guys had a wonderful time. I'm sorry for the flaws that I had, and I hope we get to inspire quality and hope in the future ahead. Thank you so much.